Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. I'm here in the studio live with my co-host Larry Bauer, and we're coming in live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce Donna Appel, the Executive Director and Founder of the HPS Network, to provide some welcoming remarks. Donna?
Thank you, James. Welcome, everyone, to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. I'm Donna Appel, the Executive Director and Founder of the Hermansky-Pudlak Syndrome Network. Our mission is to provide education and vital support programs to individuals and families with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome while striving for improved care and innovative research on our journey to a cure. As the head of this organization, I am in contact with people affected by this syndrome every day and personally know hundreds of individuals and families affected by HPS in the U.S. and worldwide. They inspire me with their courage and have taught me life and death lessons that have touched me deeply. In addition to knowing how HPS affects them, I am the mom to my beautiful 35-year-old daughter, Ashley, who lives with HPS. When Ashley was born, she was stunning. White hair, slate eyes, and stole the attention of everyone looking in the hospital nursery. At 2 weeks, she was diagnosed with albinism, and we greatly mourned the loss of her good vision. Her bruising perplexed us, and we saw many doctors trying to determine a cause. Finally, calling an author of a pamphlet that I was reading about albinism that had this one sentence about a rare type with a platelet dysfunction, we received the diagnosis of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. We were told that it would be a mild bleeding disorder and not too much to be concerned about. 14 months later, my baby hemorrhaged so severely from a GI bleed that she sustained a hypoxic traumatic brain injury. She was 2. Many of her developmental milestones were lost, and her colitis was so severe that I didn't think that she would survive. We felt so alone, being told over and over again that they never saw anything like her and never heard of HPS. If they had, she would have been promptly receiving the treatment that she needed. My husband and I decided that no other family should feel that terror, the terror of isolation, the fear of the unknown, and the desperation to find experts. So we founded the HPS Network and worked to build a community of individuals and families, knowledgeable clinicians, and God-sent researchers, 2 of whom will be presenting today. And now here we are on this special day, having the opportunity to share with you all our stories, our courageous, challenging, sad, and triumphantly hopeful stories of the HPS community. It's a great day for all of us. As you will see and hear today, HPS is very complex and affects multiple body systems. Depending on the subtype, and even depending on the circumstances, it can vary from challenging to severe to life-threatening. And there are no FDA-approved treatments for any of our disease manifestations. None. We urgently and desperately need better treatments for our patients living with HPS. While spending time with us today, I ask that you listen carefully to our stories and imagine what our lives are like. Maybe even think about our favorite quote from Pocahontas. If you walk in the footsteps of strangers, you will learn things you never knew you never knew. We hope and expect this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome who urgently need more options. Thank you to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for giving us permission to hold this meeting and for attending. We are incredibly grateful for this opportunity to share our experiences with you. Thank you also to our generous supporters who have financially sponsored this meeting, including the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, Rare is One, and the Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases. We are also really pleased to have in attendance representatives from advocacy and professional organizations, drug companies, federal agencies, and universities from around the world. And to the people with HPS and your loved ones participating, this meeting is for you. It's for us. We invite you all to call in, write in during the program, and ask that you participate in remote polling as well. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible. Understand that we will do our best to get in all your comments. Please only use your first name because that's all we need, and no other identifying information should be shared. Those comments that we can't get to are just as important, though, because they will be collected and published in the Voice of the Patient report, a transcript of this special day. I'd now like to welcome our moderators for today's meeting, James Valentine and Larry Bauer, who we have gotten to know over the past several months as they've been helping us plan this meeting. They were amazing. They have worked the past several decades as champions for the patient voice. Both James and Larry previously worked at the FDA, where through their various roles, James as a patient liaison and Larry in the rare disease program, they worked to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review. They also have helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James and Larry have worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community's voices were heard by decision makers. Relevant to today's meeting, they've been involved in helping to plan and moderate 3/4 of over 55 externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. So we are in really good hands, and they have been truly a blessing. Thank you, and back to James and Larry.
Thank you so much, Donna, for that kind introduction. And at this point, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Wilson Bryan from the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, or CBER. He is the director of the Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapies, sometimes called OTAT. This is the part of the FDA that regulates cell and gene therapies, which is so relevant to this meeting. Dr. Bryan will provide some perspectives on patient-focused drug development and its importance to the FDA. So welcome, Dr. Bryan.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the FDA. Tomorrow, June 11th, is the 40th anniversary of my graduation from medical school in Chicago. I've been a doctor for 40 years now, and I've seen thousands of patients. And in those 40 years, I don't believe I ever heard of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, or HPS. So I am here today, along with representatives from both the Center for Drugs and the Center for Biologics, because medical education is a lifelong process, and we all need to continue to learn. Based on what I read in preparing for today's meeting, my understanding is that the severity of HPS and the signs and symptoms of the disorder are different from one patient to the next. I've also learned that HPS is a rare genetic disorder caused by specific gene mutations. At the FDA, we have the privilege of working on the development of a variety of new treatments, including devices, drugs, and gene therapies. Over the past few years, the FDA has approved several gene therapies, all for the treatment of rare diseases. What is most encouraging is that these gene therapies have dramatic effects. The gene therapies that have been approved by the FDA are life-saving and life-changing products. Also, for 2 of the FDA-approved gene therapies, the clinical trials to prove the effectiveness of each product required less than 50 patients for each development program. I am confident that the years ahead will bring new gene therapies and other treatments forward for HPS with similar dramatic benefits, and that the necessary clinical trials will not require a large number of patients. Today's meeting will serve to advance the development and regulation of such new and better treatments for HPS. These new treatments may be innovative devices, new life-changing drugs, or gene therapies. Particularly, what we learn at this meeting will help those of us at the FDA to think about how clinical trials should be designed, what endpoints are meaningful to patients, and how to balance benefits and risks of a new product. Which reminds me that as physicians, most of our education comes from our patients. And that education usually comes from spending time with individual patients. And the more individual patients that we spend time with, the better educated we become. Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome is a diverse disease with a variety of clinical manifestations. No 2 patients are exactly alike. So while it is important that we hear the voice of the HPS community, it is even more critical that we hear the many individual voices of the members of this community, discussing the full range of the challenges that you are facing. Therefore, I want to thank you and the Hermansky-Pudlak Syndrome Network for organizing this patient-focused drug development meeting. And particularly thank you, the patients and caregivers who we will hear from today. Those of us at the FDA need for each of you to continue to speak up, and we will continue to listen and learn. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Bryan. And now I would like to introduce Dr. Bill Gall, who will be presenting a clinical overview of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome to help create a scientific foundation for the rest of today's meeting. Dr. Gall was the director of the National Human Genome Research Institute, or NHGRI, at the NIH, and is the founder and director of the Undiagnosed Diseases Program. Dr. Gall was the original primary investigator and brought HPS to the NIH intramural program. His research has put HPS on the map. He's given the HPS community a chance and provided them with hope for over 25 years. Welcome, Dr. Gall.
Well, hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome today. My name is Bill Gall, and I work at the National Institutes of Health, where we've been studying Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome for the last 25 years. And my job today is to give you some background about this disease, including the epidemiology, the very different types, and the symptomatology that occurs with this disorder, and also a little bit about the basic defect that causes this disease. It was discovered in 1959, and It was also known rather early in the 1970s and 80s that in Puerto Rico, there are a lot of patients who have Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Turns out that they have Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 1 because there are many different genetic bases of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. But the gene HPS1 was not identified until 1996. And then the HPS2 gene was identified in 1999. And then subsequently, there were 9 other genes that are known to cause Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Now, I think that the next thing to do would be to discuss some of the characteristics of this particular disorder. The one main issue is that there's albinism. So hypopigmentation, decreased pigmentation in the hair and in the eyes and in the skin. And this isn't like some other types of albinism, because in other types of albinism, there is, for example, the enzyme that makes the pigment that's missing. That enzyme is tyrosinase. But in HPS, tyrosinase is present. It just isn't present in the proper place inside the cell, which would be a vesicle. As a consequence, there's deficiency of pigment in many areas of the body. And in this case, you can see in the top panel, the hair. There are different degrees of hypopigmentation. You see some is white, some is brown, some is even dark in different subtypes of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. In the middle panel, you can see the iris transillumination. That is, the iris of the eye is supposed to be black when you shine a light through the pupil. And you can see a little bit of black on the left there, but you can't see any of it in the middle series, for example. And it's supposed to be all black there. And then you can see the decreased pigment in the retina or the back of the eye. It's all supposed to be like red in the middle on the left, whereas all the white is really abnormal. So that's the eye and skin involvement because of decreased pigmentation. And it turns out that the pigment is formed through melanosomes, which are vesicles or compartments inside cells. And those compartments are abnormal in Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome because they're made improperly. Well, another thing that occurs is a bleeding disorder. And that's because the platelets, which are responsible for aggregating and forming a clot, those platelets are abnormal because they don't have dense bodies. They're supposed to have these black dense bodies that you see in A. And in B, there are no such black dense bodies, and neither are they in C. And those dense bodies disgorge their contents when platelets get together, and they cause greater aggregation so that a clot can be formed. Again, those dense bodies are made by a process of the formation of intracellular vesicles or compartments that is defective in Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. So that's how the two are very similar. Now, there is a complication of HPS that is really serious, and that is the pulmonary fibrosis. So there's scarring of the lungs. And this usually starts in the late 20s or early 30s and slowly progresses to cause complete lung failure and requires a kidney transplant. A lung transplant, for example. This occurs in 3 of the subtypes of Hermansky-Pudlak, types 1, 2, and 4, but it does not occur, as far as we know, in other subtypes. There's another disorder associated with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, and that is a colitis, or an inflammation of the colon. That occurs in about 15% of individuals with HPS, regardless of what subtype that they have. It's like Crohn's disease, and it does respond to some of the anti-inflammatories like steroids and Remicade. So here are the different HPS genes, and there are 11 of them. You can see them listed on the left, and the gene names are listed there. And then there's a mouse model for each of these different human HPS subtypes. And it turns out, I'm going to just show you some of the mice, but it turns out that some of these different genes have proteins, make proteins that are associated with each other. So the HPS1 protein and the HPS4 protein combine in what's called block 3, or biogenesis of lysosome-related organelles complex 3. And HPS 3, 5, and 6 form block 2, And of course, these blocks function some way in the formation of those vesicles inside the cell, those vesicles that are abnormal. And then there's block 1 that has 4 proteins associated with HPS. And then there's adapter protein 3, which has 2 different genes that cause different types of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Again, these are the mouse models. You can see that they've got different degrees of pigmentation. And again, the different subtypes are associated with each other in complexes. And what happens when a lysosome-related organelle forms is that there's an exchange of membranes and formation of these vesicles inside the cell. So that, for example, block 3 is associated with the formation of a multivesicular body out of the Golgi membrane. And AP3 is associated with formation of vesicles from the Golgi as well. Whereas HPS3 and the block 2 type of proteins, that complex of proteins, forms the lysosome out of the multivesicular body. And block 1 also involves formation of vesicles out of the multivesicular body. I would say we don't know exactly how this occurs, but we do know that the end result is improper formation of intracellular vesicles of a particular type, namely those that resemble the lysosomes, which are acidic compartments that will break down large molecules to small molecules. But as I mentioned, in the pigment cells, they form pigment, and in platelets, they form dense bodies, which are responsible for helping to clot. Here are the different types of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Type 1 has the albinism. It has the bleeding problem because of the platelets. It has lung fibrosis, and some of the individuals have colitis. And here are some individuals who have Hermansky-Pudlak type 1. Some of them even have a little bit of pigment in their hair, as you can see. The HPS1 gene was identified first. And again, it interacts with HPS4. And there are a lot of Puerto Rican individuals, especially in Northwest Puerto Rico, who have a particular mutation in HPS1 that gives them Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. HPS2, there are very few patients with this disorder. It's mild albinism. They don't have the dense bodies, once again, so they have a bleeding issue. They also have very low white blood cell count, which is unusual in Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. And so they get childhood infections. And it's due to a problem in the formation of the adapter protein complex 3, which again is responsible for membrane shifts to create vesicles inside cells. These are some of the, on the left, you see the mouse that's associated with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 2. And you can see the decreased pigmentation there. These are the first 2 individuals who had Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 2. Then there's Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 3, which is associated with mild albinism. And some of the individuals have such mild decrease in pigment that their skin and hair look completely normal. They also have absent dense bodies, though. These individuals do not get pulmonary fibrosis. And there is a particular founder effect, is what we call, because of intermarriage in the central part of Puerto Rico, that has given rise to Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. So there are a lot of HPS3 individuals in central Puerto Rico. And here are some individuals who have that disorder. You can see the large amount of pigment that they have in both their hair and their eyes. And you can see in the iris that there's a lot of black, which indicates that there's pigment in the iris. And Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome has 2 different groups of individuals in Puerto Rico. The HPS1 is in the northwest portion, and the HPS3 is in the central portion of the island. Then there's HPS4, which has the albinism and the bleeding, and these individuals get pulmonary fibrosis too. And it's because the HPS4 and the HPS1 proteins interact together in a complex that's supposed to form the proper vesicles inside the cells and doesn't. Here are HPS4 individuals. You can see the hair color is variable. Then there's HPS5 and HPS6. And these disorders are just like HPS3. And it's because HPS3, 5, and 6 interact with each other. Again, these individuals do not have the pulmonary fibrosis. Here's the hair of an HPS 5 and HPS 6 individual. HPS 7, really, really unusual. There's only a 48-year-old woman, a 77-year-old woman, and a 6-year-old boy with this. These individuals, we don't know if they are going to get or have pulmonary fibrosis. They don't so far, but we don't have enough patients to say that they will never get it. And that's pretty much the same for HPS 8. And all of these, of course, have the bleeding issues and the hypopigmentation. There's only one individual with HPS 8. HPS 9, there's only one individual with this particular disorder. And again, we don't know if they're going to have the lung disease. Here is that individual from India. You can see the pigment is almost none. HPS 10 had some other symptomatology as well. But again, there's only one individual with this, so it perhaps isn't really critically important for us to pursue this right now. HPS 11, there are two unrelated individuals, and you can see one is from French Flanders, the other is from Slovenia, and they have a mild phenotype. So here is the frequency of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome subtypes and the number of patients with each subtype that we've seen at the NIH. So HPS 1, you see, is by far the most common, especially because of individuals from Puerto Rico who are, for example, in cities like New York and Los Angeles and Chicago. And we've seen about 160 at the NIH. There are different subtypes, though, of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 1, different mutations that cause HPS 1. And those still outnumber all the other subtypes, even though they don't have the particular HPS 1 mutation that is common in Puerto Rico. Then HPS 2, there are only about a dozen patients in the world that are known. HPS 3 has the group within central Puerto Rico, and we've seen a bunch of them. There are also other causes, genetic causes of HPS 3, in other words, different mutations in the HPS 3 gene. And HPS 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They're just a few individuals, and we've seen a few of those individuals. So I would say that that's some background about Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. The things that bother patients with this disorder are the bleeding, the poor vision because of their albinism, and sometimes the gastrointestinal inflammation. But the thing that's really fatal is the lung disease and the pulmonary fibrosis. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give this introduction, and I'll pass it on to other individuals who will talk about this disorder. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gall, for that helpful overview of HPS. Now we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome and their direct caregivers and family members. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Bryan, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome to inform drug development and review. While FDA has held many of its own patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, meetings, today marks the 59th externally led PFDD. With over 7,000 known rare conditions, this is truly a unique and important opportunity for this community. Our meeting today is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. First, in this morning session, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome and its impacts on your daily life. Then in the afternoon, in a second session, we'll build on that and bring everybody back together to explore the various approaches to treatments, including experiences in clinical trials. We'll also be asking you about your preferences for future treatments. So what will our discussions during these two sessions look like? Well, today we'll primarily be using three different methods or ways to bring you into the discussion. First, for each of the two sessions, we'll be hearing from panels of both patients and caregivers of individuals with HPS. They'll share their stories and experiences, setting a good foundation for our discussion. And these individuals were selected to reflect a range of experiences with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, but we know no panel of individuals can reflect that full range. And so that's why it'll be so important as we move into the next part of the program to hear from many more of you. So that next way we'll hear from you is through a facilitated audience discussion with all of our patients and caregivers who are tuned in today. This will build on those panel statements that we've heard. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to provide comments. This can be done in one of two ways. Primarily, we'll want you to dial in by phone, as well as offer you the opportunity to write in with written comments. There's a little comment box under this live stream that you can enter in your feedback throughout the day as we move through different topics of discussion. You'll also see that we have a panel of patients and caregivers who will be joining us by Zoom to also participate in those facilitated discussions. The third way that we'll bring you into the dialogue today is through use of some electronic polling questions. These are questions for our patients and caregivers only. We'll ask you to use your phone or a web browser on your computer to respond. We actually are going to ask you to go ahead and get into that polling system at this time. That way, as we move through different polling questions at different points throughout today, you'll already be on this web page where those questions will automatically show up as we progress throughout the day. So go ahead, open a new browser window or a new tab in your web browser, or you can open up your phone and open up a new your browser there, and go to www.pollev.com/PFDD-HPS. Again, you can go there now, go to pollev.com that is actually the other way around, HPS PFDD, my apologies. That's, again, /HPS PFDD, and that you should be seeing that displayed live as well. So we'll be coming to polling questions here in just a few minutes. We just wanted to give you the opportunity to get into the system now, so you'll be there. These questions will help broaden the discussion to everyone, so we can get a sense of the experiences of our audience, but as well as help inform the discussion that we'll be having with you. Finally, I want to mention that we have the opportunity to have you provide written comments not just today, but for the next 30 days after this meeting. All of the input from today's meeting, as well as that comes in after the meeting, will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report, a summary report that will be provided to the Food and Drug Administration, as well as made available publicly for researchers and drug developers. So one last thing before we move into the first set of polling questions is I want to set a few ground rules for today. We encourage individuals with HPS and their caregivers and family members to contribute to the dialogue. Again, that'll be through polling questions, calling in by phone, or submitting written comments. This dialogue is limited to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers. Our other stakeholders from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and others are here to listen. I also want to mention that views today, expressed today, are going to be inherently personal, and the discussion may even get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear from as many voices as possible. So let's go ahead and get into it. You can go to that, again, at this time, go to that browser page, new tab in your web browser. Maybe you've opened this up on your phone if you haven't on your computer, and go to pollev.com/HPS PFDD. And we're going to go ahead and get to our first polling question of the day. These are just a few polling questions to get us a sense of who we have in our live audience. And so here we want to know, where do you or your loved one with HPS currently reside? Again, these questions are for patients and caregivers only. We ask that our other stakeholders please do not answer these polling questions. And again, we want to know, where do you or your loved one with HPS currently reside? The options are A, the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, the U.S. Mountain time zone, C, U.S. Central time, D, U.S. Eastern time, E, U.S. Alaska time, F, US Hawaii time, G, Puerto Rico, H, Europe, I, the Middle East, J, Asia, K, Canada, L, Mexico, or M, some other region or country not otherwise listed as a response option where you or your loved one with HPS currently reside. So we'll give a little bit of extra time on this first question. We want to make sure everyone can get into our system on the web, going to the webpage polev.com/HPSPFDD. Currently, it looks like just about half of our participants are in the US on the Eastern time zone. However, we do have representation across Central, Mountain, and Pacific times. Not surprisingly, given what we just learned from Dr. Gall, we have participants, a good amount of participants tuned in from Puerto Rico. We also have good representation from Canada and Europe, some participation from Europe as well. So regardless of where you're tuned in from, we want to hear from you throughout today's proceedings. Please feel free to call in or write in at any time. So we can go to our second polling question. So here we want to know, are you or your loved one with HPS either A, female, B, male, C, non-binary, D, if you prefer not to identify, or E, other? We ask caregivers to answer on behalf of the loved one for whom they care. And of course, for our individuals with HPS, you'll be answering all of these questions about yourself and your experience. So we'll give you a few more moments here to answer this polling question. So while final results are trickling in here, what we're seeing is that roughly 2/3 of our audience, the person with HPS that's represented, is female. We're seeing about a little over a quarter of our participants that are living with HPS represented are male. And we do have representation from those that are identify as non-binary or other. So again, thank you for answering this polling question. We can move to polling question number 3. Here we want to know, how old are you? Or again, if you're a caregiver, how old is your loved one with HPS? And so the options are A, 0 to 5 years of age, B, 6 to 10 years of age, C, 11 to 18 years of age, D, 19 to 30 years of age, E, 31 to 50 years of age, F, 51 to 70 years of age, or G, 71 years of age or older. We'll give you just a few more moments to answer this polling question. As it stands, it looks like we've got good representation across all age ranges. All age ranges are represented in today's meeting. The most prevalent age range being 31 to 50 years of age, followed by 19 to 30, and then pretty close together, maybe at the third tier would be 0 to 5 years of age, and 51 to 70 years of age. But again, we have all age ranges reflected today, which is great. We want to hear about HPS and where each of you are or your loved ones are in their journeys with HPS across the lifespan. So whether early and or late on our bookends, we want to hear from you as well. So if we can do our final polling question here at the start of the meeting. Here we want to know, do you or your loved one have a genetic diagnosis? And if so, what is the subtype for which you've been identified? The options are A, yes, and I have type either A type 1 or 4. B, yes, they have type 2. C, yes, they have types 3, 5, or 6. D, yes, they have types 7, 8, or 9. E, yes, they have type 10 or 11. Or no, they do not have a diagnosis from genetic testing, but have received a clinical diagnosis of HPS. We heard from Dr. Gall about some of the quite ultra rarity of some of these types of HPS. In some cases, only a few people in the world known with a particular type. But so represented today, what we're seeing is roughly 3/4 have either types 1 or 4, followed by around a fifth of our audience having either types 3, 5, or 6, and then about 5% of our audience having the clinical diagnosis but no genetic diagnosis of HPS. We, at least at this time, do not have anyone reporting some of the other types of HPS. All right, well, thank you for working with us through those demographic polling questions. Really good to help us get a sense of who we have in our audience today. At this point, we're going to move into that first session discussion topic, which is living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, the symptoms and daily impact. If we can pull up our discussion questions for this session, this will give you all a sense of the types of things that we want to hear from you. We want to know, of all the symptoms and health effects of HPS, which 1 to 3 of those have the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life. How does HPS affect you or your loved one on best days and on worst days? We know that those symptoms may vary from day to day, so we want to know about that variability. We also want to know, how has you or your loved one's symptoms changed over time, and how has your ability to cope with those symptoms changed over time, whether it's over the course of weeks, months, or even many years. We want to know, are there specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you or they cannot do at all or as fully as you would like because of HPS? So what are those real life impacts that are a result of HPS? And finally, knowing that many of you, obviously have experienced much living with HPS, but are also thinking about your future living with HPS. We want to know, what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older? What worries you the most about you or your loved one's condition? So we'll be exploring these together, in this morning's session. And to get us started in understanding these, getting some input on these topics, we have a panel of patients and caregivers who will be sharing their experiences. We have Patrice, Milagros, Candace and Crystal, Karen and Ashley, who will be on our first panel this morning. So Patrice, take it away.
Have you looked into getting glasses? You can't see the board, they'll just sit there. You must have bled so much because of stress. These are some of the comments I got from acquaintances, teachers, family, friends, and doctors before I was diagnosed with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. After I got diagnosed, it became, "What's that? How do you spell it? You're not an albino. What do you mean you don't see it? It's right there," and so on. My name is Patrice Wine. I'm 56 years old. I live on Long Island in New York with my husband and my rambunctious sweet yellow Latinx Maisie. I have been practicing speech-language pathologist for over 31 years. My biggest issues with HPS are low vision, bleeding, and fair skin. From birth, it was evident that there were problems with my eyes. Early on, I was diagnosed with ocular albinism, and I was legally blind. In school, I couldn't read dittos or see the blackboard. I had crossed eyes and nystagmus, so I stood out from the other children. When I told the teacher I couldn't see the blackboard in 4th grade, she told me, "Just sit there then." In 5th grade, I was placed in a special education classroom. I was bullied and never wanted to go to school. My teacher, over the course of the year, realized I didn't belong there, and in 6th grade, I was back in a regular class. In college, I ended up on Dean's List. Getting to drive was a challenge. I was able to get a license, but had to fight for it. I have to qualify every year as I just make the cutoff visually. I am not able to drive highways or at night, and I can only drive locally. I also have trouble with even with sunglasses, and conditions have to be right for me to drive or I don't feel safe. I feel lucky to do this, but it's still a struggle. Everything seems far away, and I am constantly in need of rides. My first thought is not, do I want to go somewhere, but how will I get there? I was offered a position I really wanted at work, but I couldn't take it because I wasn't able to drive to the various school districts. Bleeding issues got more complicated as I got older. At 12, I got my first period. My monthly cycles were profuse and long. I would need a bathroom every half hour, and even at night, I would have to frequently get up. I always had critically low iron levels. I had to miss many days of school, work, and social obligations because I was bleeding too heavily or in too much pain to go. When I was 16, I couldn't stop bleeding after having my wisdom tooth out, and I wound up in the hospital for 8 days and needed a blood transfusion. That stopped the bleeding, but nobody knew why. They sent me home and told my parents I bled due to the stress of surgery. I finally got a diagnosis at 25 years old. I couldn't stop bleeding after a dental cleaning. The dentist assumed I had to have the tooth pulled. The oral surgeon who pulled my tooth told me something wasn't right. I was bleeding through my stitches. I went back to the emergency room. This time, the hematologist put it together. He saw my eyes and told me I must have Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. That night, I woke up with blood all over me. I looked like I got shot. My doctor put me back in the hospital, and I was there for 5 days before they could stop the bleeding. Before I was diagnosed, we were thinking about having children, but was not sure, because if they couldn't stop my tooth from bleeding, how could I carry a child to term, and how would they control my bleeding? I had melanoma at an early age. At 40, I had to have cataract surgery. They needed to stop my nystagmus. The first time, they gave me a shot. It worked, but I bled, and it looked like I got punched in the face, so they wouldn't give me a shot for the second surgery. They put me under general anesthesia and intubated me for the second cataract surgery. I had a really hard time coming out of recovery. I have secondary cataracts growing now, and eventually I will need another surgery where they will once again have to find a way to stop the nystagmus, or I could go blind. Now I have regular nosebleeds. Every day I wake up with a nosebleed, and my day starts trying to stop them. Not a day goes by that I don't face the challenges from HPS, not only medically but socially. It's difficult for me to make and maintain friendships because I can't drive to see people. I fear losing more eyesight and becoming even more dependent on others. I am afraid of the next time I need a procedure or surgery. Who will do it? Will they be able to stop the bleeding? Will they hurt me in the process of stopping the bleeding? I pray one day for a treatment or a cure.
My name is Milagros Santiago Diaz. I am 56 years old and I live in Ponce, Puerto Rico. Since I was very young, I faced the challenges that having the condition of albinism entails in a society of many fallacies, myths, prejudices, bullying, and that silently cried. Visual problems were also another challenge I had to face. My menstrual periods were profuse for 7 days, in addition to episodes of considerable nosebleeds. I have had several operations in which I have always bled a lot. One of those episodes was when I was operated on my coccyx, which took a long time to close. Because of poor healing, after 2 weeks, I was taken to the operating room to have the wound closed. A week later, while I was in church, I started bleeding and had to be taken to the hospital. I did not know the reason for the bleeding, but I did know that it was unusual and life-threatening. This was the first time I heard mention of HPS. From the age of 5, I started having gastrointestinal symptoms with bleeding. One day, suddenly, I started vomiting and bloody diarrhea, which was treated as a virus. But I was not getting better and I lost weight. Finally, after 3 weeks, I was diagnosed with an irritated colon. All of this shocked my husband because we did not understand the origin of the chills, which made me very nervous. Thanks to going to a support group for different gastrointestinal conditions, my husband and I were able to better understand and manage my condition and treatment. Another symptom I have developed is shortness of breath. I choke at night, tiredness, fatigue, and severe coughing fits with phlegm. My pulmonologist advised me about Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome and that HPS1 causes pulmonary fibrosis. I have had surgery for basal cell carcinoma and squamous cell carcinoma of the skin. I have good days and less good days. A good day is when my GI, bleeding, and severe cough are under control. Those days, I take advantage to do my activities and my work. A bad day is when I have episodes of GI, cough, fatigue, tiredness, pain. They don't let me do my daily activities. My symptoms have been increasing from mild to moderate, such as the more severe cough I have had before modifying my activities, including walking, singing, dancing, and exercising. What frustrates me most is the difficulty in getting treatment for bleeding and gastrointestinal problems. But what worries me most is the lack of treatment for pulmonary fibrosis. My wish would be to not have to undergo surgery. Also of concern is the skin and vision problems. Thank you to all who have been interested in learning about what living with HPS and its complications entails. Again, thank you.
Our names are Candace and Crystal, and yes, we are identical twins, born in Hyderabad, India, and adopted by our parents, Joe and Karen Sype, at the age of 1. We live in Surprise, Arizona, and have HPS type 4. Though we may be identical twins, our HPS stories are unique in their own ways. My HPS symptoms started when I was 9 years old. I had GI symptoms that were accompanied with stomach pain and diarrhea and high fevers of 105. I was in the nurse's office many times due to toileting accidents at school. It was tragic for a 9-year-old. I missed school to see the primary care physician who constantly said I had a virus. After hearing this news ongoing, my mother finally requested a referral from him to have me see a gastroenterologist at Phoenix Children's Hospital. She felt it was crucial for me to begin a treatment plan. I was not responding to the treatment like a normal Crohn's patient does, so we were sent to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center to be tested. Crystal and I had blood work, and we were diagnosed with HPS just right after our 14th birthday. As a child, asthma was the main contributor to my difficulty in breathing. Oftentimes, I had to leave my dance class to use my inhaler. Wheezing, chest tightness, and feeling short of breath were a constant struggle. Any involvement in sports and dance seemed to result in wheezing. I also have symptoms of acid reflux, swallowing, and hoarseness. At the age of 5, I underwent eye surgery to slow down the nystagmus, and the doctor told my mother I nearly hemorrhaged. When I started my menstrual cycle, I bled through my clothing, including my jacket. These are 2 of the many bleeding episodes I have experienced. Living with a visual impairment has been rather challenging. Wearing glasses only helps with magnification, and we both qualify as legally blind. I only use my right eye as my left eye is non-functional. My right eye fatigues rather quickly because of having to compensate for the lack of use of the left eye. We both have nystagmus and our eyes are in constant movement. School was very difficult. We used large print materials and it took us longer to begin reading and delayed our comprehension skills. Living with inflammatory bowel disease, asthma, and a visual impairment are the 3 symptoms which have greatly impacted my life. Suffering with IBD can be very debilitating and painful. I have anal fistulas and fissures, and there are days when they swell up so much that just sitting or standing causes me a great deal of discomfort and pain. I also encountered countless hospital stays for dealing with my condition, starting when I was 12 all the way up to June of 2021. In June, I was sick with a GI flare-up. I was running high fevers 3 times a day, very tired, struggling with severe stomach pain and diarrhea, as well as bleeding from my colon. I often do not feel like eating during these GI flare-ups, and so my weight takes a dip. This causes my body to be very weak, which prolongs my recovery. The struggles of having asthma can also be very discouraging. There are days when my chest feels so tight that I can't draw in a complete breath. It limits my ability to do physical exercise or practice my music because I have to stop and take breaths periodically, or stop and take breaks periodically. I also feel at times as though I am gasping for air and cannot fully complete sentences while speaking with family and friends. I believe growing up with a visual impairment was challenging as it did restrict me in my social, physical, and educational goals. It lowered my learning and reading comprehension skills as my eyes had to work harder to focus and fatigued quickly. My biggest impacts are my visual impairment, asthma, and acid reflux. It is frustrating at times not being able to drive and be as independent as I would like to be. However, we are blessed with great friends and a Father who is willing to take us where we need to go. Candace and I have to set up all of our cab rides to and from ASU, where we are working currently towards our bachelor's degree in recreational therapy. It is essential for us to orientate ourselves to the campus a couple of months in advance so that we can navigate our way and be prepared ahead of time. Living with asthma can be difficult on some days. I experience wheezing and shortness of breath that comes and goes, accompanied by a dry cough. It can make it hard to accomplish activities such as talking, singing, and working out. Certain chemicals and scents such as cleaning agents, colognes, and perfumes trigger that tight feeling in my chest. My acid reflux has been severe and has affected my vocal cords to the point of having laryngitis. It is an ongoing battle and makes it challenging, especially because I am a vocalist. Developing pulmonary fibrosis is one of my greatest fears. Not being able to pursue my passion of singing as well as my goals for the future.
My name is Kieran Tillman. I'm 58 and live in Greensboro, North Carolina. When I was born, my parents learned I had albinism. Doctors told them it was nothing to worry about. As I got older, my parents began to notice many bruises, but they thought since I was legally blind, I just ran into things, and my doctor agreed. Around age 9, I developed more issues, including abdominal pain, nausea, and bloody diarrhea. I was eventually diagnosed with Crohn's disease. Fortunately, my transition from teenager to adulthood was symptom-free. I finished high school, graduated college, and eventually got married. Around age 38, I started having a persistent cough, so I sought medical attention. The doctor said I must be allergic to our new bunny. We moved the bunny outside, and my cough vanished. Shortly thereafter, I received a phone call from my cousin, who said their son had albinism, Crohn's disease, and he'd been diagnosed with HPS. I contacted the HPS network and learned the average age of death is generally in the 30s and 40s due to another symptom called pulmonary fibrosis. My mind began to whirl with many thoughts. Will I live long enough to see my daughter graduate high school, college, or even get married? That fall, my family traveled to the National Institutes of Health. There I learned I didn't have allergies, but the early onset of pulmonary fibrosis. Even though I knew this was a possibility, I was somewhat in denial. The doctors said I would probably be on oxygen by age 45 and dead by age 50, since there is no cure except a lung transplant. Naturally, the first person I told was my husband. He later confessed that he cried after leaving that day. Once he left, I was numb. It was as if I had no emotions at all. I had no reaction until I was home and visiting the doctor. I remember like it was yesterday. She walked into the room and asked how my NIH visit went, and I lost it. The tears fell uncontrollably as I told her what had transpired. My fibrosis remained stable until age 55. I was beginning to think I might beat the odds, but the sword of Damocles was always hanging over me and finally dropped out of nowhere. In mid-July, I started noticing some changes. I was spending a lot of time swimming, and when I finished, I would be shaky and exhausted more each day. I'd also developed a nasty cough that I couldn't shake. One day I was home alone and started coughing, and I couldn't get my breath. I immediately called my pulmonologist, then my husband, and headed to the doctor's office. The PA I saw said it was just allergies, even though I explained HPS. Deep down, I knew it was more than allergies. The only good thing that came out of that visit was the medication he gave me allowed me to sing the national anthem 2 weeks later at a Navy retirement ceremony. It would be the very last time I would perform a solo in public. 2 weeks after that performance, I went to my regular pulmonologist. He had me do a 6-minute walk test, and my oxygen fell below 88%. He put me on 2 liters of oxygen with activity. I had an upcoming appointment with NIH 2 weeks later, so we decided to let them run their tests to save money. The visit to NIH proved my biggest fear had come true, and actually, it was far worse. I was told that without a lung transplant, I'd be dead in 6 months, as my disease had progressed rapidly. I left NIH on 3 liters of oxygen with activity and 2 at rest. I eventually got a lung transplant, but my life will never be the same. I now wear a mask every time I go outside, and hugging isn't allowed except for people I know are keenly aware of my situation. Food preparation is carefully orchestrated, and my husband helps with that. There are 2 things I miss more than anything. One is swimming, which I can never do again, and the other is singing. After transplant, I had complications and needed a tracheostomy, which has affected my voice. I also worry about getting rides to medical appointments should something happen to my husband. My latest fear is the possibility of chronic rejection, which I will forever be on medication in hopes of preventing. I think I've handled life's curveballs pretty well. However, as I age, I find myself more anxious with each medical blow I endure and wonder if I have the stamina to jump the next hurdle.
Imagine you are hiking in the woods with friends, and it starts to get dark. They see a light on the horizon and walk ahead of you while you get lost on the path because you can't see clearly. Suddenly, you feel something wet around you. After doggy paddling, you realize you fell in a pond of water and you're scared you are going to drown. I am Ashley Appel. I am 35 and an administrative assistant and a part-time preschool teacher's assistant. When I was born, I had white hair and was diagnosed with albinism. They told my parents at 2 weeks old on Christmas Eve that I was legally blind and I was not going to be able to see very well. At a year old, my parents noticed bruises on my shins and took me to lots of doctors. Eventually, I was diagnosed with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome after Mom sent a test tube of blood in the mail to the author of a pamphlet she was reading about the platelet defect in albinism. At 2 years old, my parents heard me whimper in my crib, and they found that I was hemorrhaging from a GI bleed that was very severe. They rushed me to the emergency room. The bleeding was not stopped fast enough, and due to oxygen deprivation in the brain, I developed a traumatic brain injury. I was in the hospital for 3 months. Traumatic brain injuries are not typically associated with HPS, but it was a direct result of the lack of HPS information and because the disease is so rare. From my brain injury, I needed to catch up cognitively and developmentally. I didn't talk until I was about 5 and developed oral apraxia and had lots of speech therapy to work on chewing. I'm only able to eat soft foods, and presently, I'm an assisted eater. I have had to have the Heimlich maneuver done 3 times, and one of those times I went unconscious before I could breathe. I still have trouble taking my meds on a daily basis. I have trouble managing time and have trouble with memory and executive functioning. My bowel disease was not well controlled, and I bled a lot and often. I have received over 140 units of blood products. I can remember going into the hospital in one season and coming out during an entirely different season. My bowel disease is under more control now, but over time, constant inflammation has caused scarring and 2 strictures. Having severe distension from the strictures brings about discomfort at times, and there are days when it is really uncomfortable and can cause bleeding. Living with HPS, I have a high threshold to pain. It's almost just melts to become part of you, feeling so numb to it all. Even though I bled often and had many blood transfusions, I have never gotten used to seeing blood in the toilet. It's a sight that has always frightened us. It makes me wonder if it can be stopped in time before something bad happens again. Trouble didn't stop in my colon. My kidneys have to be monitored because of the beginnings of chronic kidney disease. When I was young, I went into total renal failure, which resolved, but I always have blood and protein in my urine. At age 15, HPS even complicated kidney stones. Because of the bleeding issues, lithotripsy couldn't be done, and I had to have a ureter laser to get the stone out because I was bleeding so much. Throughout the years, I have had dizzy spells. I have passed out in a treatment room, in an elevator, at a dance class, and on a plane needing oxygen. During a recent admission to the NIH, I was told that I had adrenal insufficiency. It was found that it was caused by the inhalers that I took for my lungs for many years. I also have fractured my back 3 times from osteoporosis. We know that HPS type 1 leads to pulmonary fibrosis 100% of the time, and that's my gene. As I am getting older, I think about it all the time, and I'm afraid of what's coming next. The frightening journey through the woods that I told you about in the beginning, though a metaphor for HPS, actually happened to me when I was a teen. I fell in a pond because I couldn't see where I was going, and I was going to drown. I was even too scared to call for help. But somehow a friend knew to look for me and came back and pulled me out. Thank you all so much for listening and to try to pull us out of the pond to safety.
Wow. Thank you so much to Ashley and all of our panelists for being brave and being the first of those to share your experiences living with HPS with all of us today. It really did set an important foundation, which now it's our first opportunity to build upon by now opening up the discussion to all of you, our patients and caregivers in the live audience today. to get us all thinking about this topic of living with HPS and specifically focusing in on some of the symptoms and health effects that you all experience, we're going to start with a pair of polling questions. So at this time, you can go back to that web page you had open, whether it was in a new browser or a new tab within your browser, or maybe you opened it up on your phone. Again, this is at pollev.com/HPSPFDD. Please keep this web page up throughout today's program. We'll be coming back and visiting new polling questions throughout, and all you need to do is keep this web page open and they'll automatically load as we move to new questions. So our first question as part of this session is, which of the following HPS related health concerns do you or your loved one have or have had? And we want you to select all that apply. So the options here are A, albinism, B, decreased vision, C, skin sensitivity to sunlight, D, visual sensitivity to light or photophobia, E, skin cancer, F, involuntary eye movements, G, crossed eyes, H, blood clotting issues, I, colitis, J, kidney problems, K, pulmonary fibrosis, L, heart problems, M, anxiety or depression, or N, compromised immune system, or O, some other HPS related health concern that you or your loved one either have had in the past or currently have that's not listed as one of these other response options. And again, please select all that apply. I'll point out this is our first polling question where we're seeing our respondents have the opportunity to select more than one option. So the percentages that you're seeing are a percentage of the total responses. Those percentages do not reflect the percentage of people that selected a particular response. So the best way to, I think, to think about this is view those bars as kind of a relative ranking. What we're seeing is that there are some symptoms that are clearly more commonly experienced by our participants today, including albinism, decreased vision, skin sensitivity to sunlight, and visual sensitivity to light, followed pretty closely by blood clotting issues and involuntary eye movements. But what I'll also point out is that we do have every one of these health-related concerns is experienced within our audience today. So we'll look forward to hearing about not just those that are the most common, but also some of these less common health concerns, as well as some of those others that you all selected. We want to hear about those things too. So if we can now move to our second polling question. So you'll recognize the response options here. This is asking about the same set of symptoms and health concerns, but here instead we want you to select the top 3 most troublesome HPS-related health concerns that you or your loved one have or have had. So again, the options are albinism, decreased vision, skin sensitivity to sunlight, visual sensitivity to light, skin cancer, involuntary eye movements, crossed eyes, blood clotting issues, colitis, kidney problems, pulmonary fibrosis, heart problems, anxiety or depression, and compromised immune system, or some other HPS-related health concern that is one of the top 3 most troublesome that you or your loved one have experienced either currently or in the past. So I know that this can be difficult to narrow it down to the 3 that are most troublesome, but really, as you're thinking about this, try to take note of why you're selecting the various health concerns that you're picking as your top 3, because we want to hear from you. Hear about why, for those of you that are selecting decreased vision, we want to know what about having decreased vision has made that one of the most troublesome symptoms or health concerns that you have.
Yeah, one of the things, James, I'm not surprised that on this question that pulmonary fibrosis has increased as a response, because maybe not as many people mentioned it on the other question, but when
Sure.
as we're hearing from people, the problems that come along with pulmonary fibrosis and the treatments that are available are of significance importance to people with HPS.
Yeah, and the truly life-threatening kind of nature of it as well. So yes, we see that as rising, not, kind of outsized as a top concern relative, as Larry's pointed out, to the number of individuals that experience it. We see blood clotting issues as a top concern being reported. But interestingly, every single one of these is in somebody's or some number of people's top 3 concerns, meaning it's the most troublesome for them. So we really want to hear, again, not just about those that are the most common, that are most troublesome, but for those of you who selected, say crossed eyes or kidney problems or heart problems, compromised immune system, why is that your top 3 most troublesome health concern? So now that we've done a couple of polling questions, thank you all for participating in those. This is our first time to ask those of you in our live audience to contribute and help explain why. Help explain what are the most troublesome symptoms and health effects. So I'd like to invite you to, at this point, call in if you're interested. So if we can pull up the phone slate. The number to call in is 1-703-844-3231, and that's for those of you following along on our English stream. As well, if you're following along on our Spanish stream, you can call in at 1-508-473-0730. Please call in to share your comments, and we'll be sharing those throughout the live program today. I'll also note that there is a comment box under the live stream today where you'll be able to submit written comments that we'll be sharing and reading out throughout the program as well. So again, if you're following along on the English live stream, you can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. And if you're following along on the Spanish live stream, that number is 1-508-473-0730. So we look forward to hearing your voices today. But to start us off in this live discussion, we also have this wonderful panel of your peers, people living with HPS and some of their caregivers who will be weighing in as well. So I'd like to start with maybe Jill, as we were thinking about that polling question, and of course there's so many different symptoms and health concerns, but thinking about which of those maybe are the most troublesome. I'd like to maybe hear some of your thoughts. What did you select?
Well, 17 days ago, I would have said probably I had a heart attack 2 years ago. And on the way to the hospital, I wasn't thinking, well, I survived the heart attack. I was thinking, will I bleed to death if they don't know that I have HPS and don't get the platelets? So that would have been my concern. But 17 days ago, I found out that I have pulmonary fibrosis. So we are now, I have HPS type 5.
Yes.
And they're not supposed to get it. So
Right.
we are dealing with something brand new right now.
Sure. In rare diseases, I think, we're always learning. And so thank you for sharing that. So, you describe it as, now the pulmonary fibrosis, now that you have that kind of onsetting, is that already impacting you in your daily life, or is this more of a worry and concern for the future, or maybe some combination?
Well, it showed up in the testing in a CAT scan. I didn't do very well on a pulmonary function test. So that was my first clue. Day to day, I'm okay right now, though.
Okay.
So we're just, it's the unknown of how fast it will happen or how slow it will happen. We just don't know. Sure. So.
No, I'm sure that's, that unpredictability, is really, difficult. So then, knowing that, there's many different symptoms and health effects as well, is there something else on that list that, you are experiencing in day-to-day life currently?
Well, I have the colitis part of it also. And, of course, the eye issue, I was going to have strabismus surgery to straighten one of the eyes out again, but now we have a concern with platelets because you don't want too many antibodies. And so, all that plays into it now with a new diagnosis. So that's, I'm sure there's more issues that I deal with, but I've just learned that I've learned to live with it.
Right.
So.
Sure. No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jill. I want to jump over to Kylie and Kristen. Same question, thinking about the range of different symptoms and health effects, that are a result of HPS. What one or few of those are most troublesome?
Hi, my name is Kylie and I'm 15. I also have a sister who is 5 years old, and we both have HPS1. And some of the most troublesome things, I personally have the Crohn's like colitis, so that has been very troublesome. And the low vision is also very hard, but the bleeding also comes into play, especially with the colitis, because the bowel and the bleeding. So.
Sure. So, Kylie, can you maybe help us understand your experience with the colitis? Is this something that is, you're experiencing symptoms on a daily basis? Is this something that kind of flares up, comes and goes? Can you maybe just tell us a little bit about your experience with it?
Yeah, sure. So I started getting symptoms in the beginning of the year in like September, and I got my first Remicade treatment in, I think, end of February.
Okay.
And as each treatment has been going on, I get less symptoms, but I still at least once a week will go late to school or something because in the morning I just don't feel as well and my stomach hurts.
Sure. And when you do experience it, is it worse some days than others? Is there like an example you can tell us of, like, maybe what a good day looks like with this particular symptom versus what a bad day looks like?
Yes, there is differences. A good day would be normal bowel movements and just being able to move on with my daily life and go to school, go to dance. And a worst day would be not being able to go to school or to dance because the crampiness is so bad, and I just need to be in bed with like a heating pad, or there's differences.
Sure.
And I'm her mom, I'm Kristen, and we're in Washington State. So when this first started and it hit really hard, really fast, this had a huge impact on her life. She missed about 2.5 months of school.
Wow.
Because she progressively was getting so sick every day. There was no way that she could actually go. And like she said, it was, spending the days curled up in a ball in pain. And the bleeding is something nobody should have to see, let alone my 14-year-old daughter, and see that as a daily event. And to the point that it became normal for her. She wasn't surprised to see it, where I think a general person would be terrified of what she saw.
Yeah, and with that bleeding, did that impact Kylie's ability to do anything in daily life? Was she staying home because of it? What was the kind of downstream impact of having that so frequently?
With the bleeding, my iron levels were super low. And so when I went to the doctor, they started me on iron. So I would get like lightheaded sometimes. And it was just a play-in factor to not going to school.
I see.
Or other things.
And then she got so weak because of it, from the low iron, but also, her lack of interest in eating, because she knew if she would eat, she would feel sick. And so she just declined so quickly. She lost almost 20 pounds.
Wow.
It was pretty scary.
And Kylie, can I ask, you take dance lessons?
I danced for my E-Slate for my high school dance team.
And has the colitis affected your ability to dance, or to, your stamina for dancing?
Well, in the beginning, before I had the treatment, I wouldn't go to dance some days because I felt so bad and I knew I couldn't dance. And then once I got the treatment and started feeling a little bit better, I would go to some practices and just watch everyone. And then I did have to regain my stamina back because we do a lot of conditioning, and I had to gain all of that back because I lost it all. And I also had to gain all my strength and muscle back that I also gained.
How do you explain that to your friends as a teenager? I'm just, it's.
I explain it basically. I I explain it as I just have very bad stomach problems, and that's the reason I can't go to school that day or I can't be at dance, because I feel so bad. And it's very hard to do daily things when I was feeling so bad.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you both so much. I do want to bring another voice into this conversation. We heard from Dr. Gall, about the founder's effect with HPS, and that there is a large contingency of people with HPS in Puerto Rico. And so we were fortunate to have the opportunity to interview some individuals living with HPS in Puerto Rico. And I would like to bring Wilson and some of his thoughts about living with HPS into the discussion at this point.
My name is Wilson Santiago Arocho. I was diagnosed with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, HPS, approximately since I was 17, but I figured I was born with it, right? I currently live in Isabela, Puerto Rico. Well, the two symptoms that affect me the most is the syndrome colitis or Crohn's and pulmonary fibrosis. They both affect me in my daily life, in my normal routine, but as well as in my work or my job. Because with the colitis, I literally have to have a restroom next to me. And the fibrosis does not allow me to exercise, limits my breathing. To the extent that many things are happening now because of fibrosis, where they have started to suggest a lung transplant. Well, when it was diagnosed, I really didn't know I had it either, right? Like, I thought that I was normal, but as time has been going by, it has been getting worse in a sense where I have less endurance when I exercise, when I walk, when I do my tasks at work. Right now, it's affecting me quite a bit. It's been affecting me that you might see that as I speak in this meeting, I'll start coughing because the pulmonary function has increased or decreased maybe to a 46%. The age for Crohn's, it was at 17 years old, where I experienced and the condition was diagnosed. Well, I had symptoms as a lot of diarrhea. I had to go to the bathroom all the time until I started bleeding. And that's when the decision to have a colonoscopy done was made, and when the condition was diagnosed at 17 years old. Currently, it has its ups and downs. There are days where it's calm. There are weeks where it's active, and like that accordingly. It's not a pattern where it's good, good, or bad, bad. It has its days.
Thank you, Wilson, for sharing a number of different symptoms that you experience and kind of telling us a bit about how those have progressed over time and impacted your life. I see that we have a phone caller. I do want to remind our audience that you can call in on any of these topics as we discuss them throughout the day. That number for our English live stream is 1-703-844-3231. And for our Spanish live stream is 1-508-473-0730. We would love to hear your comments and have a chance to have a little bit of a discussion with you. So we have Casey, who has called in from Memphis, Tennessee, and wants to talk about some of the most troublesome symptoms of HPS she's experienced. So Casey, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, hi, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Would love to hear a little bit about what you wanted to speak to.
Well, when I was looking at the list of symptoms, I was just going to touch a little bit on light sensitivity.
Yes.
I know it's nothing compared to lung disease or Crohn's, but it does really affect my life, and I get very bad headaches and fatigue, and I have a hard time being outside. And even when I go outside just to walk my dog, the sunlight basically completely blinds me where I can't see anything that I'm doing. And so it's even with sunglasses, it's really hard for me to function. And I've by talking to some other people with albinism, obviously it's a spectrum, but I think my light sensitivity is kind of on the worst end of the spectrum there.
Sure. So you mentioned that when you kind of walk outside or bright light, have that exposure to bright light, it blinds you. Is there an adjustment period? Are you able to eventually see, or is it really so severe that you aren't able to adjust to that?
I don't really adjust very much. If it's a very sunny day, I can't really see anything very, very well outside, and so I do have to help with that, but It's very hard to be alone outside and to be able to navigate my surroundings without getting really fatigued.
Sure. And has this always been a issue for you, or has it always been this severe?
Yes, it's always been this severe for me. My eyes are actually a darker color. I have HPS 3, and they're kind of a brownish hazel, and my doctor thought when I was young that since I have more pigment, I would not be as sensitive to the sun, but they're actually very, very sensitive. So I don't know how that works, but I can barely open my eyes at all. They're completely closed usually when I'm outside.
Wow. And if you don't mind me asking, as a result of having, such severe light sensitivity, have you had to kind of modify, what your daily life looks like? Are there certain things that are really impacted that you maybe can't do as much or any more because of this?
Sometimes when I'm in the car, I'll have to put towels up on the window or put a jacket over my head or things like that. And, I can fairly function with the cane and sunglasses and hats and other things like that.
Okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that part because even though it's not nearly as hard as some of the other health struggles, definitely a lot of it. And I think it's worth mentioning as a struggle for us.
Oh, Casey, that we want to hear about every different symptom and health concern, and we don't need to try to even compare them to one another. Honestly, what you just described is a huge impact, on quality of life, and so it is really important to hear. So I do want to thank you for calling in and raising this symptom with all of us. I noticed that we've been getting a number of written comments coming in, so I want to check in with Larry and see what are some of the most troublesome things people are reporting from the web.
Sure, James. So yeah, we heard from Elizabeth, who lives in Yakima, Washington. Elizabeth says, my daughter is 11. The most significant impacts are persistent shortness of breath, pain in the upper abdomen and lower chest, and nausea when eating. We heard from Christine from Canada. She said the impact to our 1-year-old daughter is she has lots of bruises and can't go outside for walks in the stroller without a full canopy coverage, in addition to a sun hat and sunglasses, because she just cannot open her eyes to the light. So it's similar to the caller we just spoke to. And then we heard from Vanessa in Bayamon, Puerto Rico. She said, my symptoms, it's fibrosis and stomach bleeding. I would like to face HPS, but access to health care is difficult. That was something I heard several times from people when meeting people that were participating from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we really want to thank everyone for writing in, and we're as we've mentioned with the phone lines, we do have both an English and a Spanish live stream, and so we want to point out that some of the experiences we'll be sharing today are being translated. So one, a bear with us with our translations. We do have that, going on, so we're trying to be as accurate as possible with those. But also, we really are getting a nice, representative input from our Spanish speakers within this community. So thank all of you who are tuned in. I see we have another phone caller, Marianne, actually pretty close by, Greenbelt, Maryland, who's living with HPS and want to share some of her most troublesome aspects of the condition. So, Marianne, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yeah, hi. Nice to hear from you. Anyway, I got the fibrosis when I was 61 and had a transplant at 64. And, of course, that's impacted my life in many ways, all the managing. I have a lot of fatigue, and now I've got migraines from the medication. But as far as the HPS, the day-to-day problems I've had throughout my life mostly have to do with the limitations of low vision. So not being able to read labels, not being able to get things done that I want to get done. Transportation is a huge issue. I could do so much more if I could have the same freedom that most people have. And that's mainly all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I have the digestive issues. They never went diagnosed because I never reached a severe level where I had a lot of gut bleeding except one time.
Okay.
And they just attributed that to stress. So I wasn't diagnosed with HPS until I was 59.
Okay.
So anyway.
Marianne, you talked a lot about how the low vision has impacted your life. Can you maybe give us some idea of how your vision is impacted?
Well, if you get up in the morning and you want to go to the grocery store, you have to think, how am I going to get to the grocery store today? Okay, well, I have to figure that out. And then how am I going to get to school or to class? How am I going to get to my job? How am I going to get to my friend's house? Mm-hmm. You find that, people find out that you can't see well, then you don't drive, and they just don't invite you.
I see.
Or there are all kinds of social ramifications.
Right. Yeah.
If I try and read the label on a food label, what's in it in the store,
yes,
that's very hard to do. There are aids and devices, but you can accommodate so many things in a day, but you can't accommodate everything. So it's just a constant struggle.
Right. And have your vision, has your vision impairment been pretty consistent over time? Has it been worsening?
No, it's the same as when I was born.
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you so much again for sharing this aspect of living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome and helping us understand really not only just the direct impacts in daily life, but also touching on that really important aspect of kind of impacting social relationships. And, as you described it, kind of when you're not able to drive, you stop getting invited. And so I think that was a really important aspect as well. So thank you so much, Marianne. We have been touching on a number of the impacts in daily life. And so I just want to kind of broaden the discussion a bit and kind of, ask a question of our audience, to consider some of those impacts in daily life that are most effective. And so to do that, I would like to go to another polling question. So if you can go to that web browser, go to that tab, whether it's on your computer or on your phone, go to pollev.com/HPSPFDD. If you had kept that up from before, you'll see the new polling question coming through now, which is, what specific activities of daily life are most important to you that you or your loved one is not able to do or struggles with due to HPS? And here again, we'd like you to select the top 3. So the options are A, driving. We just heard about that from our caller. B, self-care and chores. C, reading. D, travel and vacationing. E, spending time outdoors. F, participating in social engagements and events. G, participating in sports, recreational activities, or exercise. H, attending school or having a job. or I, some other specific activity of daily life that's important to you that you or your loved one struggles to do or is just not able to do because of their HPS. So I know that, again, whenever we ask you to select the top 3, this can be a little difficult, but again, the key here is we want to, as you're making your selections, you think about why are these activities important to you? What one or maybe multiple aspects of your HPS makes it difficult or impossible to do these activities? And we'd like to hear and have you share about those with us by phone in those comments. What we're seeing is the kind of, again, think of these bars as relative kind of rankings, that the top 3 struggle is with driving. We've already heard a little bit about that, but we certainly want to hear your personal take on what's impacting driving and how that's impacted your life. We're seeing really a kind of a clustering then, dropping off from that with reading, spending time outdoors, participating in sports and recreational activities and exercise, even attending school, having a job, and participating in social engagements. They're all kind of important top 3 activities that are impacted. And yet again, we're seeing even those that are a little lower are still top 3 people for many individuals living with HPS: self-care and chores, travel, vacationing, and some other things. So we want to hear about these range of impacts in daily life. And I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel to get us started as we explore some of these impacts. So maybe Heather, as you're thinking about some of the different impacts that HPS has in your daily life, what's important to you that's been impacted?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, James. My name's Heather Walton. I'm from Connecticut. I'm 31 years old. I was diagnosed with HPS at 18 months old, and I recently found out about 3 years ago that I have HPS subtype 4. Most of my daily activities are impacted by driving, most significantly due to the inability to get to and from doctor's appointments, or feeling as though I'm a burden on the person who will be providing transportation for me to those activities.
I see.
I would think that that's probably the largest impact that it has to my daily life, which impacts how close I can travel to work, and where I can go socially with friends and family, and also for dating situations and circumstances. It provides a safety concern when you have to rely on other people for transportation, or you're meeting people for the first time out in public.
I see. And so you said, and make sure I understand this. So you kind of limit, maybe the radius in which you travel to things that are more convenient or where you can get transportation. Do you use any kind of alternative ways of doing, transportation to get to places when you don't have someone to drive you? Maybe just help us understand, how that translates.
Yeah, absolutely. So for day-to-day to work, I live about 15 minutes away from work. I did purchase a home about 7 years ago, close to the job that I had at the time. Unfortunately, I was laid off from that position. I was in 5 minutes of walking distance to that building. So just thinking about how that impacts where you choose to spend the rest of your life, and, if you choose to purchase a home, and where to live, and if you choose to rent based off of your employment experience and your employment history and the job security, and whether you'll have reliable transportation both to and from work, and, like I said, medical appointments. Being able to rely on those people around you. Unfortunately, our public transportation system in Connecticut is not as great as other states. And, Uber and Lyft are great. Ride sharing apps have come a long way, and I'm very thankful for that, as I know a lot of us are. But still, just having that independence and that freedom to be able to get up and go, when I want or when I need to, that also impacts how I carry on my life in the future and the family that I choose to have.
Right. Really incredible hearing, buying a home, that's a huge deal. And, just to be closer, preferably walking distance, as you had said, to work, and then, of course, life, happens and layoffs happen, and but just understanding how that has, been such a, I'm sure it's, it's a daily, impact now that you're dealing with as a result of that. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Heather. Want to check in with Kelly as well here on our Zoom panel. Are there any, top impacts in daily life that really come to mind to you, Kelly?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, James. My name's Kelly Campbell. I live in Denver and I have HPS type 1. I was diagnosed at age 18 and I'm 32 years old. For me, I think the top concern is in my day-to-day. Crohn's disease is one of them. Sun protection is another one. I live in Colorado. It's a very outdoor friendly, active state. And between worrying about sun concerns and some joint problems that I've had as a secondary symptom of the Crohn's disease, I don't get to get outside as much as I would like. Otherwise, the Crohn's has been pretty well managed with the exception of some of the, as I said, secondary symptoms. Hidradenitis suppurativa is one, joint problems is another. And then I was actually hospitalized in February of 2019 for a spontaneous abdominal hematoma that I had that caused internal bleeding. Fortunately, they didn't have to operate, but those are some of my day-to-day concerns. Of course, the visual impairment can also be tricky, but I've found ways to kind of work around that.
Sure. So with these, at times what you've described as really significant and serious GI issues, you say that it's well managed or maybe relatively well managed. Can you still tell us, what on a day-to-day basis, from a GI standpoint you are experiencing, and how maybe does that vary from day to day?
Yeah, I'll spontaneously get issues with leaving remission for Crohn's. I have been, for the Crohn's, colitis symptoms, I should say, I have been fortunate. I've been on Remicade since 2005, and my disease has been very well managed as a result of that. But I will have periods where I end up having really bad stomach issues that can't really be managed. I, of course, have concerns about switching medications during those times because of the risk of developing antibodies and not being able to go back to Remicade if I were to try something else like Humira or something along those lines.
Right.
So in those times where I don't have the disease perfectly under control, it can be really frustrating because you just don't know whether you want to leave the devil you know for the devil you don't know, that sort of thing.
Kelly, can I ask you something? You mentioned that you have joint issues as a side effect from having the Crohn's colitis. What is that relationship? I'm not familiar with that.
I've had doctors tell me in the past that a lot of times joint pain can be a result of a secondary symptom of somewhat active disease. And when I first developed the Crohn's and it hadn't been diagnosed and obviously not treated as a result, I had really, really bad joint pains, really bad knee pains, especially in the knees and in the ankles. So I've noticed that a lot. I'm very active. I like to run and hike and that sort of thing, but I've noticed over the last couple of years, especially that my knees and ankles aren't recovering the way that they used to.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd also like to just follow up on the skin, the sun sensitivity with your skin. One, can you kind of describe what that kind of looks like, feels like for you, and how much kind of sun exposure, will trigger what you do experience?
It doesn't take a lot, although I will say I think living in Colorado, my skin is a little bit better adjusted than it might be in other areas. But it really doesn't take a lot for me to start to get a little bit red. And obviously it's stronger in the summertime when I'm spending more time outdoors and not wearing, long sleeves and things with higher necks and that sort of thing. So it really only takes probably 15, 20 minutes. And if I'm near the snow or near water, everything just reflects up and it really can magnify things. I sustained a really bad sunburn in San Francisco a couple weeks ago, actually, when we were on a boat. Just the exposure to the sun and to the water just really magnified it. And it's only recently basically healed up. So there was lot of scabbing and peeling, and it was very, very, probably one of the more painful sunburns I've ever had. I wasn't able to sleep, and we really weren't out for that long. So,
and are there, just for you personally, are there things, because of the sensitivity to the sun that you don't get to do, as much as you would like or in the way that you would like? I'm glad to hear that you're still able to get out there and do these outdoor activities, but just curious if there, are things that, are important to you personally that are limited.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to be outside without worrying about the sun exposure as much, the risk of skin cancer and that sort of thing. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to do that without the same level of concern. But fortunately, you adapt. I wear a lot of sunscreen and hats, and if I'm on a beach vacation, find as many umbrellas as I possibly can. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Kelly. I do want to take a moment to bring in one of our voices from Puerto Rico. Again, we had the opportunity to have some interviews with individuals living with HPS in Puerto Rico, and at this point I'd like to invite Angela to share some of her impacts in daily life.
My name is Angela Jimenez. I am 21 years old. I live in San Sebastián, Puerto Rico, and I've lived with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome all my life. I was formally diagnosed in the year 2001. So yeah, for the most part of my life, I have lived with the condition. Living with low vision or falling under the category of legally blind, and my sister can also relate to this, is the ability of not being able to drive, having to depend on other people for transportation, having to depend on additional help in school or in university so we can excel at our classes. It's also the uncertainty of crossing the street, because when you look at the cars, my sister and I, we have a lot of trouble seeing the cars that come by. So for us, we feel unsafe crossing the street. And we also have to go to frequent doctor's appointments, so we have our vision checked out. So in a sense, that is what is living with low vision like associated to HPS. Our school lives or academic lives, to be more general, has been impacted by us having HPS. It impacts us in the way that since we have low vision, we don't see very far. So if there is some material from class being presented, we can't see it very well. And we also have trouble reading. If we can read, but we have to have specific accommodations, such as the font being bigger or in bold. And we also we take a little bit longer in test taking, so we have to have additional time for taking tests.
Thank you, Angela, for sharing many of those different impacts, and particularly impact on school life. So important to hear about. I want to do I see that we have a number of written comments coming in. Before we check with Larry on that, I do want to call out that if you'd like to share some of your impacts in daily life, we encourage you to call in. Those numbers for the English live stream is 1-703-844-321, and for the Spanish live stream is 1-508-473-0730. We very much encourage you. We want to hear from as many voices as possible today. So if you have impacts you'd like to share, but now let's check in with Larry. What are we seeing on the web?
Sure, James. Yeah, we heard from Rachel, who lives in Omaha. She said, my spouse has HPS, Chronic pain and chronic fatigue affect our relationship. I have chronic fatigue too, but his exceeds mine. There is no treatment, no help. He cannot work enough to support us, and it leads to depression for him. Then we heard from Alan, who lives in St. Mary's, PA, and he said, being visually impaired is the symptom that affects me the most, and not being able to drive in a small town with no public transportation, this really affects his independence. We have a translated message from Jose in Puerto Rico. Jose says, my major struggle with HPS is my pulmonary fibrosis. The shortness of breath leaves me not able to do things I like and enjoy. Not having accessible treatments and services to care for my HPS is frustrating. Things have gotten worse after Hurricane Maria, which has been specific to the Puerto Rican population.
Yeah, well, thank you, Larry, and thank you for everyone who's been getting in your comments. We really enjoy getting to hear the range of different experiences that you have. I want to come back to our Zoom panel here and see, we've been talking about, maybe some of the things that came top of mind, were at the top of your list of impacts. But I also want to check in, are there any things that we maybe haven't heard about or talked about much yet that you've been experiencing? I think Kylie and Kristen, there was something on this topic you wanted to share.
Well, I was just going to elaborate a little bit on what Kelly said as far as the symptoms with the Crohn's colitis, as far as things that are unexpected. So when this started for Kylie, it actually presented in some very unusual inflammation in some very unexpected places that caused us to kind of explore, thinking that it might have been separate from this, thinking that maybe she had the bowel disease and then multiple other issues going on. The inflammation being in other areas that I won't talk about, but in her legs would swell and cause her a lot of pain. So that was part of the reason that she wouldn't want to get up and move around, was just this inflammation. So it's not just in the bowel, it affected her whole body. And she, and even lost a bunch of hair and everything because of it. Wow.
And was this just for like a short or a set period of time, or was this something that was persistent or recurring a lot?
Persistent. So it kind of, she still continues to have some of the issues. She is on a treatment, so it is improving, but it was just that part of it was very unexpected. We knew the bowel disease was a possibility, but these parts of it were shocking to us.
Sure.
Yeah. And she also had the joint pain, like Kelly said.
Right. I was just going to say that, with so many different kind of daily symptoms and impacts, it's probably hard to say, but, when there, are these, bouts of inflammation, does that make certain activities in daily life even harder on top of everything else?
It does make some of the daily activities harder, especially the joint pain and the swelling. It would make walking around hard, or like I said, dance, it would make that harder.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thank you both for adding and sharing that. Heather, I believe you also wanted to share maybe something that we haven't yet had a chance to talk about.
Yes, thank you, James. I just wanted to touch upon a symptom that a few of my peers have discussed this morning regarding anxiety and depression with HPS of all types. As I had discussed earlier about the anxieties around driving and, how to get to and from employment or medical appointments, some of that is just not knowing the daily anxieties of, is this symptom that I'm experiencing related to HPS, and will it become something bigger in the future? Having those anxieties and having it lead to depression, related to the visual impairment and the isolation, and what that looks like from experiences that we've all had in social settings, or limitations to what we're able to accomplish on our, in our day-to-day lives, or what some of those symptoms prevent us from doing.
Well, Heather, first off, thank you very much for raising, not only the social isolation, but, also the kind of the mental health impacts, the depression that you mentioned. I think it's, so important to talk about. We saw many people select that in the polling responses. In your experience, has that primarily been driven, do you think, by, when you are most socially isolated, that's when you have most of those feelings? Are there other things that you've noticed that maybe make that better or worse?
I think depending upon what a good or a bad day looks like, or, if I've thought through ahead of time how all of my symptoms will impact my daily life. And I think it catches me off guard most when I haven't had a chance to think through what it could prevent me from doing in the future.
Yeah.
If I'm invited to a social gathering that I've never been to before, and I, with the visual impairment aspect, have to figure out how to not only get to that event, but also what is the layout going to look like when I get there? Will I have difficulty navigating? Will someone be there that I'm familiar with to, share visually what to look for in that space, and also help me with social cues from people that I'm interacting with. You can walk into a room, and if you have perfect vision, you already know who's in the room, what they look like, if they're dressed a certain way, whether there's eating or things going on in a reception type setting, or where the food in the room is, or what's going on, and what that evening maybe of an event will look like, and how you can participate seamlessly and transition into that environment. I think we've all experienced that, but also with some of the health concerns. Will I have enough medication to bring with me? Will I have a bout of acid reflux? And how will that impact my evening? How can I predict what's going to be on the menu and what I can and cannot eat based off of the symptoms that I might experience later on in the evening? I think all of that definitely plays a role in not only the anxieties before and after, but, potentially the depression and isolation based off of those choices that we make based on the symptoms we have.
Well, Heather, that was incredible. Thank you so much for kind of describing, a very multifaceted and complex, kind of issue. It was a very impressive kind of, summation there. So really thank you so much. Kelly, I saw you wanted to weigh in perhaps on something Heather was talking about.
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to add to the point about safety concerns around food and the visual impairment. I actually have a very severe tree nut and shellfish allergy. So I have a lot of concerns around, especially things like buffets and that sort of thing. I can navigate labels decently well, but food that I don't know how it's been prepared, or if I can't read the menu or see what's going on with the food. I actually went into anaphylaxis and almost died in February because I didn't have the proper knowledge of what was in the dressing of a salad that I'd had. Right. So I certainly share those concerns as well with the visual impairment in particular and what I'm putting in my body.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Kelly. So another thing that we have going on today, and it's our first time we're going to get to hear from this, is we have a participation party going on in Puerto Rico, where a number of individuals have come together to not only watch this live stream, but also we have a moderator there, Hilda, who is gathering some of the input from those folks. So Hilda is on via phone with us, so I'd like to bring her into the program at this point, and Hilda would love to hear some of the things that you're hearing down at our participation party in Puerto Rico.
Hi, my name is Hilda Cardona, and we have a very good group of patients and caregivers and relatives in here in a hotel. And this group is we have them really to fill up all of the surveys, and they are very interested in doing everything, and they reported. Most of them are just going to give you a synopsis of what are the major problems for this group.
Yes.
That in the daily difficulties, most of them has reported the colitis.
Okay.
Especially the biggest problem is bleeding and the hematomas they have all the time.
Okay.
The visual problems, the pulmonary fibrosis, and like several of them have been hospitalized for a long time due to the colitis.
Oh.
And we have another two that have been having problems with the cough. It's almost continuous cough. And some of the mothers that it's difficult for them to, especially the mothers and fathers with young patients. They just to see them to develop a normal life, because every time they play, they end with some hematomas, and they would love to have a normal life for the children, and at home and at the school, or to go out with friends. And that is mostly what they have reported. And, hopefully, we will, and they desire of having a real good clinicians to get treatment and get the control of these symptoms that they have.
Sure. Well, Hilda, thank you so much for taking all of that down and sharing that with all of us. You know, certainly some of we're hearing kind of similar experiences for those that are in Puerto Rico from what we've been hearing reported by others. But I think a shared desire and hope for, being able to have daily life be just a little bit easier. So really appreciate you doing that, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again a little later in the program as well. I know that, we've still had a number of comments coming in, writing still about different symptoms and health effects and impacts on daily life. So I wanted to see, Larry, what else has been coming in?
Sure. Yeah, so we heard from Richard, who lives in Springfield, Virginia. And Richard says the most significant concern for the future is predicting and preparing for pulmonary fibrosis onset. So I guess with, as Dr. Gall mentioned, there's certain types where it's more likely to develop PF, so I imagine that once you get that genetic diagnosis, that becomes a big concern. We've heard from Beth, who lives in Leawood, Kansas. Beth says, our 2-year-old son was diagnosed with HPS when he was 4 months old. With this diagnosis came many fears. The fear that our child might be legally blind, the fear that his platelet dysfunction would put him at a much higher risk when doing daily activities, the fear of him being bullied for his glasses, his pale skin, his differences, the fear that he might face pain and hospitalization due to debilitating colitis, the fear that his lungs might eventually give out on him and he will need a life-saving double transplant. This fear is too scary to dwell on for too long. Then we heard from Beth in Kansas. She said, HPS has impacted my husband and my plans for the future of our family. We've turned to in vitro fertilization for the genetic screening option, so our next child will not have to face the same health issues or even worse than our son with HPS type 1. And then we heard from Monica, who lives in Kansas, that also spoke, like Kelly did, about joint pain. She says, joint pain and inflammation were debilitating until I was diagnosed with bowel disease and began treatment. There are still flares of joint pain, though.
Wow. Yeah, so thank you for everybody who have continued to write in. We'll continue to be reading those out throughout the program today, so keep them coming. We started to hear in some of those comments some themes about the future, and I think we've heard that as a little bit of a common theme already throughout the day of not only what you're experiencing now, but thinking about tomorrow, the day after that, and even years down the line. So I'd like to go to our final polling question of this morning's session. Go to that website on your web browser, your tab, or whether this is on your computer or on a mobile device. Go to pollev.com/HPS-PFDD, and we're going to ask you a question about your worries for the future. So here we want to know what worries you the most about you or your loved one's condition in the future. We're going to ask you to select the top 3 of those. So here we want to know, A, is it the stress of not knowing how HPS will progress? B, developing pulmonary fibrosis? C, the need of a lung transplant? D, developing colitis? E, the need of an ostomy or surgical removal of part of your colon? F, bleeding issues? G, developing antibodies that could complicate future transplants? H, decreased vision? I, getting skin cancer? J, getting recurring infections? K, premature dying? Or L, some other worry that you have about you or your loved one's condition in the future that is not reflected in one of the other response options listed. Again, and please select the top 3 of those. So we give you a few more moments here. I know this is each of these where we're asking you to select just a few can be a little difficult. I'll just again think about the why of what you're selecting. Why are you selecting these as your top 3 worries for the future? What has informed your thinking about why this is a worry? Is it something you're already experiencing? Is it something that your peers in this community have experienced? We'd like to understand a little bit about that. What we're seeing is that developing pulmonary fibrosis and need of a lung transplant are kind of very close together as kind of the 1 and 2 top worries for the future. We see after that premature dying, as well as the stress of not knowing how HPS will progress, are top issues. And then we're seeing, quite a few other things in many people's top 3, from bleeding issues, developing antibodies that could complicate future transplants, really everything except for getting recurring infections is at least in some number of people's top 3. So we'd like to hear about the range of these different worries and why that is. And to get us started on this final topic of our morning session, we're going to come back to our Zoom panel here. So I'd like to start with Jill. Jill, as you're thinking about the future, I know you've already begun to kind of help explain this for us. But as you're thinking about the future, can you maybe describe a little bit about your worries and how that's been informed?
Okay, sorry, I've muted myself. I think the first frustration for me is having doctors that communicate with each other, because, I have a procedure coming up and Dr. A doesn't want to do the platelets unless you absolutely have to have them, and they want you to do them beforehand.
Yeah.
But Dr. B wants you not to do it unless it's necessary. And you have to be your own advocate and your own scheduler. And that becomes very frustrating. And so you always wonder, how much more do I need to be involved in that? That's just a minor thing compared to the bigger things, but that's there. I think for me, having to come home and tell my family that I have the lung part of it was really hard, because I never imagined having to have that conversation with them. So, and I couldn't tell all of my family. And so some of them are finding out today now as I'm talking. I'm not the younger crew. I'm 58. And so, having the diagnosis that late, I guess you say late in life, other things could get me before the pulmonary fibrosis does, but it does make you rethink all of your future. And, my husband retired. We were going on a vacation, and you stop and think, should I do that? Should we be saving money? So all those things come into play now, just thinking that through.
Yeah. no, absolutely. And maybe, I think you've, alluded to, the really life-threatening nature of the pulmonary fibrosis impact. Is there anything, kind of shorter term than that around the pulmonary impacts that you're worried about that's driving that, or is it really mostly that aspect?
Well, this hasn't been touched on, but many of us have found out that we have cataracts early in life. I had one 5 years ago, which is unusual in your mid 50s to start cataracts. And so that has become a concern because they removed the cataract, but now a film has come back. But each time we do cataracts, we have to do transfusions because of our platelet issue. And so a minor surgery becomes a major surgery for us. So that's my concern. Future surgeries that may have to come up, how major will they be,
Absolutely.
So I think about things like that.
Sure. Well, Jill, thank you so much for opening up and sharing on these topics. Kelly, I want to bring you into the conversation. Same, kind of question. Thinking about what maybe is most worrying, or what is your greatest fear for the future?
I selected 3, but my top one is just the unknown around how the disease would progress.
Yeah.
It's just a variety of ages that you can start to see things happen and that sort of thing. And I do want to add to Jill's comment, completely agree with concerns around getting the right medical care. I have a lot of doctors who I see only annually, and for some reason they seem to not remember every single year what my condition is. So I have to go through the whole, HPS 101, which, if you're feeling well is fine, but if you're in a position where you really need to advocate for yourself, it can be really, really challenging, especially if you're unable to, if you're incapacitated or something along those lines. When I went into the anaphylaxis, I was unable to communicate. Unfortunately, my partner was with me and he was able to explain my condition and what was going on. But if I were to just be out on my own and have had something, grabbed something to eat after work or whatever and been on my own, I wouldn't have been able to have that same advocacy level. So just concerns around receiving the right medical care at the right time and having doctors that, care enough to find out about the condition and, remember the condition and that sort of thing. That, in my experience, has been relatively rare. So that, again, disease progression and then just receiving the right care.
Yeah, a good mixture of the unpredictability of it, so you can't plan, and then it can be so, obviously severe, and then layering on the, you aren't always able to advocate for yourself. So many pieces to it there. If you want to, if you're in our live audience and would like to share some of your worries for the future, you can write in. You can also call in at 1-703-844-3231 for our English live stream viewers. And for our Spanish live stream viewers, that's 1-508-473-0730. Would love to get your insights, hear your voices. Another voice that I'd like to bring in is again from our Voices from Puerto Rico. Our interviews with individuals living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome living in Puerto Rico. We have Angelise, who's going to share some of her impacts and concerns.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angelise Nieves. I'm 30 years old. I'm an HPS type 1. I live in San Juan. I have this condition since birth. Definitely the possibility of having pulmonary fibrosis in the future, it's a big concern. It's on the top of my head recently because we recently lost a girl that's just my age, and she lost her battle with the fibrosis recently. And she wasn't a candidate for a transplant, so that's terrifying. To this day, I don't have symptoms, but we know how these things work, and the possibility of that happening is terrifying. And that's very important. Another thing is related to the bleeding issues. I want to get pregnant. I want to have a baby in the near future, but I'm very worried about, having bleeding complications upon birth, giving birth. So that's scary, knowing that you can, if you decide to go through that process, you can lose your life or get treated by people that not necessarily know how to treat our disorder. So those things are really scary.
Yeah, Angelise, thank you for sharing some of your concerns, and can really appreciate the concern of just the unknown of getting care and navigating that. That's something we've heard from a number of people today. I want to come back to our Zoom panel here and bring in some others on this topic of worries for the future. Heather, whether something listed in that polling question, something beyond, what stands out to you as a worry that you have for the future?
As most of us in our 30s are starting to get married and have children, I definitely share some of those concerns about childbirth, labor, and delivery. But even beyond that, I mean, even if I choose not to have biological children, what do the concerns look like if I choose to adopt children? And will my visual impairment impact adoption agencies' choices to allow me to that freedom? What does that look like? And if I am able to have my own biological children, and if we get through the bleeding of labor and delivery, will I have signs of fibrosis at that point or not? How does that change my timeline, and how quickly I need to start having a future planned and have that discussion. I've had partners who have been willing to put their lives on hold in order to, have biological children with me based off of doctor's appointments I've been to, where medical providers have sat there and looked at both of us and said, well, how come you haven't had children yet? Pregnancy will, decrease your lung function normally without even a diagnosis of fibrosis. So, how quickly it's like a rush against the clock to see how quickly I can begin the rest of my life. And that's really scary. And to bring other people into that, my family, my friends, and have them think about those concerns for my future and for the future of my family and my future children.
Sure. Yeah. So many, considerations, none of which are easy. So thank you so much, Heather. I see we have a phone caller that wants to speak to this topic of fears for the future. Beth from Kansas is the parent of a child with HPS. So Beth would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you so much.
Welcome.
My name's Beth. I have a son who's 2 who has HPS type 1. And being still a little guy, we haven't luckily had to face most of the symptoms yet of HPS. But with the future looming fast ahead of us, that's definitely something that we have a lot of concerns about.
Yeah, and how, if at all, have you been able to, have had conversations and family discussions about this?
Yeah, so we've been really lucky to be involved in the network and had a lot of really great support there. Our family and friends are really supportive, but what's really hard is that we kind of have to tell everybody, just like everyone else has said, we have to tell everybody we meet kind of so he's prepared and we can keep him safe what his symptoms are, and so daycare providers and things like that. But talking with the HPS community has kind of alleviated a lot of our fears, but also instilled ones we hadn't thought of yet because, you're hearing all of these things from other people about, the symptoms they're facing and, potentially developing the colitis in the future. Or we hadn't really, until we met with the HPS network for the conference last year, we hadn't really considered the fact that he's probably not going to be able to drive or might not be able to drive. So just things that like you would expect your 2-year-old to be able to do someday that he might not be able to do because of the HPS.
Right. No, absolutely. I'm just out of curiosity because we haven't had a chance to talk to parents of such young children. Are there things in daily life already, that you're having to modify, kind of accommodate what he's already going through, whether that's kind of more precautionary or, more directly, to help manage, symptoms. Would just be interested in hearing a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, most of it is just kind of trying to act precautionary. And so, making sure his daycare providers have an idea of what to do if the bleeding happens, or making sure they're putting sunscreen on him every time they go outside. So just a lot of precautionary stuff like that. It was really hard in his first year of life because where we had him at daycare, they had a lot of teacher turnover. So every time he'd get a new teacher, we would have to go through the spiel again, and it was just kind of draining to have to educate people every single time, every 2 weeks or however long when they would get a new teacher. The fears of getting in a car accident and not being able to communicate that he has HPS. So trying to put tags on his car seat, or trying to put things so people could maybe to flag that he has a medical disorder so they could treat him if they needed to for that platelet dysfunction.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for calling in and sharing both worries for the future, but also helping us understand what is going on today as well. Really appreciate it. Want to circle back to Kylie and Kristen. I don't think we've had a chance to ask you this question as you think about the future and living with HPS. Is there anything that is most concerning, most worrisome to you?
One of the hardest things for me is me being 15 and not knowing where my future holds and how fast things will progress, and when I will need a lung transplant, and when to know and when to expect it coming. Yeah. And because she has a younger sister who's 5 who also has HPS1, as a parent, I have to think about 2 of my children develop. So, they both have HPS1, which is guaranteed to develop the pulmonary fibrosis. Like Kylie and everybody has said, you just don't know when. So you feel like it's a little bit of a ticking time bomb. We don't know when these things are going to happen. That's very, scary for our family to think about what their future looks like. But it's also, you were talking about the impacts on daily life we have to think about their lung health all the time and being aware, what they're around, if there's smoke around, if there's, especially with COVID, we had to keep them very safe because we did not know what that would do to their lungs. So there's a whole nother level of worry. Even though it's in the future, we have to think about every move we make today could impact the onset of the pulmonary fibrosis.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that's actually something we haven't really heard about yet, which is, not just, managing once it is there, but what is being done to try to help prevent the onset and, other, contributing factors, environmental, infections. So thank you for raising that, because it sounds like that probably, consumes a lot of, again, just thought and energy to try to plan around and navigate each of these, multitude of issues in daily life.
Yeah.
So I just want to.
I was going to say, and since this is a multi-system disorder, different things are being treated. So with, the bowel disease and as people have said, with the bleeding issues and stuff, there's treatments that we might be choosing to do now because that's at the forefront, the main issue. Right. But we also have to worry, is that going to impact their eligibility in the future to get a treatment or get a lung transplant? So it weighs on very heavy.
Yeah, and it's a great point to make, and that's something we're going to really explore in depth in the afternoon. Is these trade-offs and downsides of different treatments. What you have now versus what you might need. So thank you for raising that. I just want to thank our Zoom panel here, all of you, for sharing so much throughout today. We've asked you a lot of really personal questions. And you've been so wonderful. I do want to check in before we end our morning session here on what it is to live with HPS with Larry. What are we seeing come in through written comments?
Sure. So as we've heard, HPS is a genetic disorder and sometimes affects multiple family members. Jill, we have your brother Jeff who has written in. Jeff lives in Florida. He says, my name is Jeff, and like my sister Jill, who's on your panel today, I have HPS type 5. I just wanted to reiterate Heather's point about the worries and stresses involved with HPS. I am fortunate to be able to currently drive and have driven for almost 38 years, but the worries about the future of my driving are with me every day. The concern of being able to keep my independence and quality of life is always in the back of my mind.
Wow. Yes. So thank you, Jeff, and to everybody who's called in, written in with comments. It's been really quite a morning of understanding the symptoms, health effects, and so many impacts in daily life that you experience, and helping us understand really what that looks like. It has been incredible. At this point in the meeting, we're going to conclude that discussion, but we're going to pick right back up after a 30-minute break. So we'll be coming back at 1 p.m. Eastern Time to understand your treatment experiences, the things that you do to treat symptoms, but also just to manage and make living life with HPS a little bit easier, to try to understand all of that. So for now, we're going to take a 30-minute break, and we will resume again, like I mentioned, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, picking up on discussions about treatments.
Welcome back, everyone, to this externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. My name's Larry Bauer, and I'm here in the studio with our meeting moderator, James Valentine. To begin this afternoon's session, we're pleased to have with us Dr. Bernadette Gotrico. Dr. Bernadette Gotrico is an attending pulmonologist at the National Human Genome Research Institute, NIH. Dr. Gotrico is currently a principal and/or associate investigator of clinical protocols focusing on the pulmonary fibrosis of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Dr. Gotrico?
Hello. Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about treatment for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, and I'll address the current standards of care and potential new therapies. My name is Bernadette Gotrico. I'm a pulmonologist at the National Human Genome Research Institute. And we'll talk about the current standards of care, and we'll cover the different manifestations of disease and also potential treatment for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. One of the things that I'd like to emphasize is that any of the drugs that I mentioned today are not specifically approved as treatment for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. The medications have been approved for different indications, but they are used by individuals with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome in their care. Regarding the oculocutaneous albinism of HPS, management by a low vision specialist is recommended. An ophthalmologist can be involved with treatment to correct visual acuity problems because patients with HPS are generally legally blind. In addition, they can prescribe adaptive devices and they can perform surgery when needed in certain cases. Regarding the dermatologic issues associated with the oculocutaneous albinism of HPS, prevention, surveillance, and early intervention for skin cancer are important. Regarding the hematologic issues associated with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, bleeding diathesis should be addressed by a hematologist. And neutropenia, which can be seen in patients with HPS type 2, is also something that should be treated by a hematologist. It's important to note that interventions can be made for either prophylaxis or prevention for bleeding or treatment for active bleeding. Medications that are typically used include desmopressin or DDAVP and procoagulant drugs such as aminocaproic acid or tranexamic acid, which are antifibrinolytic agents. In certain instances, platelet transfusions are needed to prevent bleeding. In these situations, we do recommend that patients receive single donor blood that's irradiated and leukoreduced. If possible, HLA matching through a blood bank would be important as it will help to prevent immunization of patients who may be transplant candidates later on in their lives. For the neutropenia of HPS 2, this disorder is associated with recurrent infections. And what we found is that typically most individuals can respond to treatment with G-CSF. The inflammatory bowel disease for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome clinically resembles Crohn's disease, and treatment is managed similar to treatment for Crohn's disease. This includes the use of anti-inflammatory drugs, which may include corticosteroids. And for patients who are unresponsive to anti-inflammatory drugs, treatment with biologic agents can be important. What we found is that individuals tend to respond to infliximab therapy. For patients who fail or do not respond completely to medical therapy, surgical bowel resection has been performed in some individuals with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome inflammatory bowel disease. Pulmonary fibrosis of HPS is another manifestation of disease. It's an important clinical manifestation because it's associated with significant morbidity and mortality. Interventions that have been used for patients with pulmonary fibrosis and HPS include medical interventions, including the use of antifibrotic drugs and surgery, especially lung transplantation. Regarding medical interventions, this may include vaccinations, pulmonary rehabilitation to try to help improve quality of life, and supplemental oxygen for patients who have low oxygen levels. Antifibrotic drugs we'll talk about a little bit more, but they include pirfenidone and nintedanib, which have been approved for other fibrotic lung diseases. And transplantation has been performed in some individuals. Single or bilateral lung transplants have been successfully performed. And what's important is that throughout patients' lives, that they maintain their candidacy by optimizing their health. Regarding antifibrotic therapy for HPS pulmonary fibrosis, pirfenidone was investigated at the NIH in 2 clinical trials. And overall, these trials showed initially that pirfenidone may be beneficial for patients with mild to moderate HPS pulmonary fibrosis. A second trial was performed to investigate the treatment of mild to moderate HPS pulmonary fibrosis with pirfenidone. Unfortunately, that study was stopped due to medical futility, and that the DSMB felt that it was not going to be possible to determine whether or not pirfenidone may be beneficial for HPS pulmonary fibrosis. However, given the positive results from the first trial, patients who received, who were enrolled in that first clinical trial were offered open label pirfenidone, and 3 individuals accepted that offer to take open label pirfenidone and be followed at the NIH. I want to tell you that these patients basically did very well during their follow-up. They took it open label pirfenidone for 8 to up to 18 years. And what we found was that they tolerated pirfenidone well with very few side effects, and their lung function actually declined at a slower rate compared to historical controls. We understand that this is anecdotal evidence. There are only 3 individuals who took the open label pirfenidone. However, it indicates that perhaps there may be a group of people who may in fact benefit from long-term pirfenidone treatment. Lung transplantation is a non-medical intervention that can be offered to some people with severe end-stage pulmonary fibrosis. Many years ago, surgeons were hesitant to perform lung transplantation in patients with HPS because of the tendency to bleed. However, following a single case report of a patient who was successfully transplanted with HPS, there were other studies that were published. And indeed, currently, it's well established that lung transplantation is in fact a viable treatment option for patients with HPS pulmonary fibrosis. Well, in addition to these standards of care for HPS, there is some potential treatment that is currently being developed or looked at for HPS. They include a novel drug that I'm going to discuss a little bit in more detail, and possibly gene therapy. When we start thinking about potential therapies for HPS, it is important to know about the pathobiology of the lung disease for HPS. And that's because the treatment that I'm going to talk about is directed against the lung disease of HPS. The pathobiology of HPS pulmonary fibrosis is complex. It involves multiple cell types and multiple pathways. This slide just very briefly discusses a couple of or 3 of the pathways that could be involved in HPS pulmonary fibrosis, and they're relevant to the drug that I'm going to talk to you about. And what it shows is that INOS, the endocannabinoid pathway, and IL-11 may all be involved in the pathogenesis or pathobiology of disease. I'd like to just very briefly talk about the approach that we've taken in association with our collaborators at the NIH to study the endocannabinoid system and INOS as dual therapeutic targets in HPS pulmonary fibrosis. This is innovative therapy because it's looking at multiple pathways for HPS pulmonary fibrosis, and it's one that we've performed some clinical studies on. And I'd like to share briefly some of the results of our preclinical studies with you. And our approach has been to first look at human samples and measure the levels of the endocannabinoids, the endocannabinoid receptor, and INOS in human blood and lung. And what we found was that indeed, in the blood samples and in the lung samples, that the endocannabinoid system and INOS are expressed at high levels in these tissues, indicating that, in fact, these may be therapeutic targets for disease. The next step was then to determine the target engagement and the efficacy of a novel oral dual inhibitor of CB1R and INOS in a mouse model of pulmonary fibrosis that we've established in our laboratory. And this was done in collaboration with our with investigators at the NIH who have expertise in the endocannabinoid system. And what we found in these studies, in this very well-characterized mouse, was that indeed in target engagement of this dual drug was effective. And indeed, we also showed that it had antifibrotic efficacy. So we moved on to the third step, was to investigate the potential mechanisms of the antifibrotic action of this novel dual inhibitor. Because IL-11 has been shown to be important in the pathobiology of disease, we measured their levels within the mouse model. And indeed, what we found was that IL-11 was downregulated when we gave the mouse the dual inhibitor. And so what we found is that, in conclusion, that IL-11 appears to be involved in the pathobiology of disease. And overall, what our studies showed was that the endocannabinoid pathway and IL-11 are upregulated in HPS pulmonary fibrosis and are potential therapeutic targets. MRI 1867, which is the compound that we investigated, it's a novel dual inhibitor, ameliorates HPS pulmonary fibrosis in mice. And a potential mechanism of action of this dual inhibitor is an inhibition of IL-11 lung expression, which appears to be regulated by INOS. This is important preclinical information that may indicate that this dual inhibitor may be a good therapy to investigate for patients with HPS. Finally, I'd just like to mention gene therapy as potential treatment for HPS. There are some issues that have to be addressed when we think about gene therapy for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, and they're outlined on this slide. We first have to identify which gene would be important to investigate. We believe that HPS1 would be a good gene to investigate first because there are a lot of people with HPS type 1 as opposed to some of the other HPS types. And what we learn from doing gene therapy for HPS1, we believe can be applied to the other HPS genetic types. There are complementation or editing techniques that should be addressed, and we believe that complementation or augmentation of the HPS1 gene would be a reasonable approach to take in the beginning. We have to identify a target organ or cell. HPS involves multiple different organ systems, and it's going to be important for us to try to delineate which one would be the best to target first. In addition, we want to find out how to actually deliver the gene therapy to the cells, and we are thinking of either viral or non-viral vectors, and this will help where those vectors go or tend to go or want to go will help us to determine which would be the best way to sort of deliver the gene therapy. And finally, as I mentioned, because HPS is a sort of multi-organ system disorder, although we may have a primary sort of target, it's possible that we may have off-target or secondary target effects that may in fact be beneficial. So for example, if we target the lung, but what we find is that we have some correction within the blood and the platelets, that's not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, that may be beneficial for patients, and maybe perhaps we can have benefits in different organ systems than was initially intended. And so gene therapy is a potential promising therapy for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. So overall, what I tried to do in this presentation is to review the current standards of care and talk about potential treatment for Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, which I do believe has some promise for patients in the future. I'm going to finish up there by acknowledging the efforts of many individuals who are currently investigating Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome at the NHGRI. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of our collaborators at NIAAA, the HPS Network for supporting our research, and the many individuals with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome who have come to the NIH and participated in our studies. I'm going to finish off there, and I'd like to thank you for joining us, and I'm going to go ahead and now turn it over back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gochico, for that interesting discussion of the current treatment approaches and also a nice overview of the future treatment pipeline. So now we're going to move into our second topic discussion for the day, which builds on the really robust conversation we had this morning, learning about what it is to live with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. And now this afternoon, explore the different things that this community has tried and is using to try to help treat the symptoms of HPS, as well as the things that you do and employ to try to make living with HPS a little bit easier. To help us understand some of the topics we want to address, we'll walk through some of our discussion questions for this afternoon. So if we can pull up those discussion questions, and we'll talk through some of these things that we'll be asking you to weigh in on. So again, we're in this afternoon focusing both first on the current treatment approaches that are employed, and then we'll, at the end of the session, look to the future and seek your preferences around future treatments. I do want to say before we go into some of these questions, we want to clarify that when we use the word treatments, we're kind of using that as shorthand, not only to include medical treatments and direct medical approaches, so drugs, surgical interventions, transplants, but also, maybe non-traditional medical approaches, more holistic approaches, even, other things that you might use to navigate life, mobility, assistance, using white canes or guide dogs, or other things that you employ to, kind of as an accommodation for some of the symptoms and impacts of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Even lifestyle modifications. We heard this morning one individual even, bought a house in order to be close to work due to difficulties with transportation. It's pretty a extreme example, but types of things that you might need to change in your life to make living with these symptoms a little bit easier. So in exploring, again, this broad umbrella of what we're calling treatments, we want to know, what are you currently doing to try to manage your or your loved one's HPS symptoms? How well do these treatments actually work to treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of HPS? All of those things you helped teach us about this morning. And what, not only how do we want to know how well they're working, and that might be they're working well, maybe some things aren't working as well, but we also want to know, what are the most significant downsides to you or your loved one, that those current treatments have. So, and how do those downsides affect your daily life? So this could be anything from, direct side effects of drugs or other medical interventions. This could be the burden of keeping up with a certain treatment regimen or those lifestyle modifications. Whatever you might consider a downside, we'd love to hear about that. And then once we've explored all of those current treatment approaches, we're gonna, and we then have an understanding of where some of your unmet medical needs are, we're gonna ask you kind of, while waiting for that cure, that complete kind of resolution of your HPS, we wanna know, what specific things would you be looking for in a next or ideal future treatment for HPS? Whether that's things that you're looking for in terms of helping with the disease progression or particular disease symptoms, maybe some of those activities that you talked about this morning you'd like to be able to continue to do or do more of. Maybe it's avoiding some of the downsides that you'll be talking about this afternoon from current treatments. Another way to think of this is, what factors would be important to you in deciding whether to use a new treatment. If a new treatment became available, what would you consider? What would go into your decision making? So we'll be exploring all of these topics over the course of the remainder of the afternoon. But to get us started on this topic, we have a panel of your peers. We have Christina, Leslie, Carmen, Heather, and Karen, who will be sharing some of their treatment experiences and perspectives. Christina, take it away.
Hello, my name is Casey Greer and I have HPS type 3. Today I'm going to present another HPS patient story instead of my own. Christina worked hard on her statement but was unable to record her video because she was hospitalized in the ICU for a week and a half. This is her story. My name is Christina Sislak. I am a 21-year-old single mother to my 2-year-old daughter Violet. I'm currently a full-time college student and run my own art business. I recently graduated as valedictorian of my class for GED in 2021 and graduated the program called Christina's House that my daughter and I lived in for a little over a year. I started attending college in the fall semester of 2021 and won 3 scholarships within the first 5 months of my first semester of college. I was diagnosed with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 3 at age 5. Things like bug bites and small cuts would bleed profusely, and even bumping into something very lightly would leave huge bruises. I can't recall a time in my life when I didn't feel completely drained by the end of the day. Whether it's because the sun was too bright, the print was too small in my textbooks, along with working extra hard to keep an eye on my toddler, or having persistent bleeding paired with 10 different bruises I had no explanation for. I feel like the older I have gotten, the more these things have caused me emotional and physical pain and hardship. At 12 years old, I started my period, and I bled for a year straight, soaking pads every hour. I was given hormone bombs and had taken 5 hormonal birth control pills a day for 5 days straight, and 4 a day for 4 days straight, and so on. My bleeding didn't stop or slow down. It took a huge toll on my body. I was always extra tired, missing out on school days, and wrapped up in weeks' worth of makeup work to get through middle school. This was one of the hardest times of my life. Eventually, I was admitted into the hospital and given IV platelets along with a drug called Amicar and birth control pills. This treatment helped slow the bleeding down, but my body did not have a true break from the excessive bleeding I endured for over a year since it had first started. I was also given a nasal spray medication as a child called Stymate, but seemed to have absolutely no effect in helping my bleeding. I have also been hospitalized for IV iron infusions because my body doesn't respond well to the pill form. My bleeding has not only caused physical setbacks, but also mental. I was given an enormous number of hormones, and my body did not take well to them. I had every side effect that was deemed rare. I was always irritable, tired, and depressed. My body was at war with itself, both physically and mentally. For years, I suffered from serious mental illness. Because of the amount of bleeding and hormones I was given to stop it, my teenage years were extremely negative. I missed so much school and always felt myself in a battle with a choice: to use hormonal birth control, such as an IUD that would give my body a break from the bleeding, or to let myself be more centered and not so depressed all the time. This was a serious battle to face as a young teenage girl. I am now 21 years old and a full-time college student and a mother of a 2-year-old baby girl. Although I had a rock star birth for someone with such a rare blood condition, I still struggle with straining my eyes to read small print and even large print displays on screens. I take longer to read books and proofread my essays. I often stay up until 1 a.m. trying to finish homework and assignments and have contemplated withdrawing from my classes. In social settings, I've never realized how much things like eye contact and certain gestures are so important. I've always had a hard time with this. I cannot see if someone is looking at me or talking to me unless my name is called out. Many times I've put my 2 cents into a conversation that wasn't directly invited to. And I've had to answer questions on why I haven't looked someone in the eye or answered them when they waved at me. As a mother, it has been extremely difficult to not be able to drive myself and my daughter. I have a hard time with simple things like letting my daughter run off on her own and play in the backyard or a playground on a beautiful sunny day, just because I can't see and I fear I will miss something. Having Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome has impacted my life in more negative ways than positive. Although I love myself for who I am and I wake up and I try to do my best every day, I do know for a fact that if I did not have this condition, many things would have been so much easier on me, both mentally and physically, throughout my 21 years of life. Christina is currently out of the hospital after trying to take her own life, but she is doing okay and feeling stronger now.
My name is Leslie. I live in Puerto Rico and I was born with oculocutaneous albinism. I am legally blind. When I was 14 years old, I accidentally fell face first to the ground and had severe bleeding from my nose and mouth. I ended up so weak that I lost consciousness several times. After multiple tests and a bone marrow extraction, I was diagnosed with HPS. This diagnosis explained why I had bruises on my body and why my menstrual periods were so heavy. As a young girl, platelet dysfunction was the most significant problem with HPS. To control menstrual bleeding, I used birth control pills for most of my life. They generally worked well, but I had to live with their side effects. At age 43, I developed an intraductal breast papilloma that had to be surgically removed, so I had to stop using the pill. Previously, I had used Amicar every 8 hours to try to control the bleeding, but it never worked. So after stopping the pill, I tried using double the dose during the bad days, and that helped somewhat. I currently use Amicar before going to the dentist for routine cleaning. I am not responsive to desmopressin or DDAVP, so at this time, a platelet transfusion is the only alternative I have to getting any invasive procedure. The first time I had a platelet transfusion was for a molar extraction when I was 20 years old. During the transfusion of the first unit, I had an anaphylactic reaction. Since then, before any transfusion, I must be pre-medicated with Benadryl and Solumedrol. As an adult, I developed pulmonary fibrosis, which was initially treated with prednisone. I later learned about a clinical trial by the NIH to test the efficacy of pirfenidone. So I decided to stop prednisone and participate in this study that could change many people's lives. I experienced dizziness, nausea, and loss of appetite, but no progression of fibrosis until some 30 months into the study. I was using the active drug, but the study has stopped prematurely because overall the data did not show that the drug was beneficial. I have continued to visit the NIH for the Natural History Protocol on HPS. The fibrosis has slowly progressed over the years. In 2017, my pulmonologist prescribed pirfenidone for use. The side effects are the same as what I experienced during the clinical trial. I was advised at the NIH that I should move to the United States near some drug transplant center, as it is the only treatment that could prolong my life. I also learned that I should only receive HLA platelets so as not to accumulate antibodies that could make it difficult to find a donor. This causes me great concern, as I have received several platelet transfusions throughout my life. Most were single donor transfusions, as obtaining an HLA match in Puerto Rico has been impossible. The transplant center I visit requires me to have the left side of my thyroid removed due to the presence of a nodule. But no surgeon in Puerto Rico would perform this surgery because of the risk of bleeding and the problems they might face in removing the breathing tube. So I need to travel to the United States to have this surgery. This has been delayed due to the pandemic. Living with HPS is overwhelming. I live under the shadow of uncertainty. I don't know if the doctors will be able to control the bleeding during thyroid surgery, or if they will find a compatible donor for lung transplant before I stop breathing. And I still doubt he will be able to wake up from such a complicated procedure. HPS is a multi-organ disease and needs to be attacked on several fronts. Finding a treatment for platelet dysfunction is crucial. However, we have an urgent need to find a cure or treatment that can stop the progression of pulmonary fibrosis, as our lives depend on it. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Camacho. I'm 57 years old. I'm legally blind, mother of 2 boys, and the primary caretaker of my elderly mother. I live in Massachusetts, where I work from home as a social worker doing clinical work with individuals with chronic mental health. I also provide support and guidance to individuals with HPS and their family as they go through their journey of managing their lung disease. I am here because I have pulmonary fibrosis from Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 1. On top of that, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis about 4 years ago. The pain and inflammation are a constant reminder that RA can also affect my lungs. There are treatments for RA that may affect my pulmonary fibrosis conditions, so I struggle finding a medication that helps me with pain and do not affect the progression of my fibrosis. At this time, I must find the less of 2 evils: live with pain, but not accelerate the progression of the lung disease, or live pain-free, knowing that the progression of the PF can make my life shorter. Why do I have to choose? It's not fair. My issues with pulmonary fibrosis and HPS started long before I chose caring of my lungs. About 10 years ago, I needed to have my ovaries removed due to the bleeding of HPS. At that time, we realized that all the treatments I got to manage my heavy periods, as well as my postpartum hemorrhage during my son's delivery, and ultimately my hysterectomy, had brought up a new issue to manage. For my surgery, I needed to get leukocyte human leukocyte antigen match platelets, as my panel reactive antibody was so elevated. The doctor told me that my PRA was in the 90s and that finding platelets to match was going to be very difficult. It took the doctor 2 months to find HLA match platelets for my surgery. I had my surgery and I didn't think about my PRA anymore. I didn't think about it until I went to an American Thoracic Society patient day. A doctor there was presenting the different situations that could disqualify a person for lung transplant. At the end of the talk, I approached the doctor and I asked him if somebody had a PRA of 90, what would be the chances of getting listed? I don't think he knew I was talking about myself, and he answered very candidly, which I appreciated. He said, no, we would not take anyone with such high PRA. They would be disqualified immediately. At that time, I just looked at Donna, the president of the HPS network, standing next to me, and I was trying not to cry. I couldn't hold the tears, and they just burst out of my eyes. Donna just helped me and let me have my moment. It took a lot of effort to convince my transplant center to take me. Over 2 years, and finally I was listed for a double lung transplant. I was listed December 16, 2021. Due to my high PRA, the wait will be long, and I might not even get my transplant, which is a thought that haunts me every day. I am very appreciative of the opportunity of being listed, but that did not come easy. It took a lot of commitment and a lot of convincing. I am very aware that my chances are low, and it angers me that the treatment that managed my condition in the past will be the treatment that makes my chances of a lung transplant more difficult. I want to be able to get my lungs and enjoy my life with my family and friends. I think I deserve that. Not only I have to deal with the intensity of the symptoms of the fibrosis of HPS, but I have to deal with the losses that come with having this syndrome. Since I started volunteering for the HPS network, I've seen over 25 of my fellow HPSers passed away. Some acquaintances, some good friends. 10 over the span of 1 year. Sometimes it's hard to keep hope. I am dealing with the side effects from all my medications: nausea, tiredness, reflux, sun sensitivity. I'm also dealing with the blindness, pain, oxygen issues, and my IRA symptoms. I have to deal with the frustration of seeing the numbers of my PFT decline and having to stay at work so I can get my medical care covered by my health insurance. Living with the fear that a long match might never come and that I am running out of time. The frustration of knowing that transplant is simply switching one health condition for another. For me, transplant is a temporary band-aid, and it's not enough. I need a cure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heather Kirkwood. I was diagnosed with HPS at 29 and have lived with it for 49 years. Besides my HPS advocacy, I am an artist, a writer, a journalist, a big sister, an auntie, and dog mama to the guy in my life, 15-pound Finley, a terrier. My brother also has HPS. Currently, most of the medical interventions I am using are to treat the side effects of other medical decisions. While I have days when I like to complain about how hard I work every day to breathe, or how hard it is to have the energy for everyday tasks, I don't regret any of those decisions. 4 years ago, I underwent a single lung transplant. My lung allocation score was so high at the time of my transplant that I knew I had days to live, not weeks. I agreed to take a high-risk lung, but my donor had a history of drug abuse. I fought off multiple infections from the first day and never completely cleared 2 of them. I've since developed chronic rejection and I'm undergoing photopheresis treatments twice a month to treat this. I get IV infusions once a month, but they make me sick. I require a home healthcare nurse and for these infusions that make me often body aches, chills, fatigue, really bad headaches, and kidney problems. Photopheresis appears to be slowing down the rejection, but seems to make my bleeding worse. I've had 2 emergency department visits because of bleeding post-treatment. Just managing a lung transplant can be a tall order. My hands shake because of the anti-rejection medications. It's made doing everyday tasks harder, from doing the dishes without breaking them to typing. 4 years post-transplant, I still do frequent blood work to maintain the order of things. It doesn't take much of a disturbance in the force to throw everything into a tailspin. I've been on a vent in the ICU 3 times in the last 12 months. Visual issues of HBS create other issues, like reading the gauges on oxygen tanks that are using last century technology. I'm always straining to read the gauge to see if there's enough oxygen in my tank for me to get to the next tank. It causes a lot of anxiety. The technology to fix this problem, by the way, exists, but it's not being utilized by the industry. Although my bowel disease is pretty much in remission, I still manage an ileostomy daily. Ostomy bags are not foolproof and tend to leak at the most inopportune moments. Embarrassment can be the least of your problems when you're in this situation. I've gotten pretty good at being creative. I've had lots of practice. After years of being covered, the skin breaks down and can bleed. Even modest bleeding makes it moist and makes it very difficult to keep a bag on. Try managing this in, say, an airplane while you're traveling for work, or even worse, on a date. I've had similar war stories from excessive menstrual bleeding, but since the IUD, those are much better. Before my transplant, I was part of a drug study for Esbriet, an antifibrotic drug to treat and hopefully slow down pulmonary fibrosis. It turned out I was on placebo, but that's okay. I know what good science is, and I understand why it's important, and I understand that somebody has to be on placebo. I didn't mind that that's how it turned out to be. I didn't mind because, even for me, the drug trial helped because it gave me hope. It gave all of us hope. They tell everyone that receives a lung transplant that you're trading one lung disease for another, and that is so true. On average, only half of lung transplant recipients live past 5 years. Lungs are one of the most difficult organs to transplant because they are openly exposed to so much of what's around you. Maintaining a lung transplant takes a lot of hard work. Many of the medications have their own side effects, such as kidney and liver toxicity. COVID had me on house arrest for 2 years. 2 years of no haircuts, no family dinners that I had worked so hard to be a part of. For me, one of the hardest things to cope with my disease is how ditzy it's made me. Too often, I've had to cancel plans or back out of projects I care a lot about at the last minute. The old me would have never done those things. Frequent infections and hospitalizations have caused me to have muscle atrophy. I'm undergoing physical and therapy and occupational therapy, but I need an electric wheelchair to go any distance. Some of my infusions can take hours, and I have to put washout days on my calendar because after them I know I'm going to be excessively tired and or not feel well. But don't get me wrong, I have a lot to complain about with these treatments, but I'm thankful to have them. I'm thankful to have something as an option. But what we need are better options. We need better therapies. We need therapies targeted to the problems of HPS specifically, not just the general public. We need therapies that have better results, and ultimately what we really need is a cure.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Stank of Rochester, Minnesota. I am a former HPS caregiver. Today, I am a widow in deep grief and a single parent of 2 young children. It's been 3 years since my husband Steve died from complications from Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome type 1. He was 43 years old. Our Houston, we have a problem moment came just 12 months before Steve spiraled into end-stage lung disease. He'd been healthy, but experiencing shortness of breath. The first time we met with the pulmonologist, she mentioned Hermansky-Pudlak something, and it was the first time we heard the strange words that would change our lives. Desperate to learn more, we reached out to Donna Appel, the founder and executive director of the HPS Network. She gave us a crash course in HPS, encouraging us to get an official diagnosis. Just months after this diagnosis, Steve's oxygen needs were increasing. He'd been accepted into a NIH natural history study, but before he could enroll, the lead investigator told Steve it was time to run to our preferred transplant facility. Even over the phone, he could hear how difficult it had become for Steve to breathe. Our preferred transplant facility, Mayo Clinic, was in Minnesota, a 4.5-hour drive from our home in Iowa. Distance wasn't the only problem. Steve's job didn't provide health insurance out of state. Steve pleaded for a job transfer to Minnesota. We called in favors, and in July left our home and tight-knit community and moved into my parents' basement. It was a brutal evacuation. Within weeks, Steve's home oxygen concentrator couldn't keep up with his needs. We sped to the emergency department, and Steve was placed on the most oxygen he could receive without being on a ventilator. The emergency medicine team ordered an inpatient transplant evaluation stat. Not people with HPS had been transplanted. Our team had never seen another HPS patient, and we were terrified they wouldn't take a chance on Steve. Fortunately, the hospital agreed to list Steve, and he joined the UNOS National Transplant List on September 19th. Our relief and excitement were temporary, as Steve was soon taken to the OR and placed on ECMO. At that time, only around 50% of people on ECMO made it to transplant. The 35 turbulent days Steve spent on ECMO were a scary roller coaster ride for me as a caregiver. I can only imagine what it was like for Steve. Then, on October 23rd, Steve received the gift of life from an altruistic donor named Tommy. Steve's first words in recovery were, "It's so easy to breathe." Steve was 40 years old when he got new lungs that would give him 2.25 or more years of life. They were treasured years, but they weren't easy ones. Steve now had to take 26 pills a day. He had to learn to walk again. He became diabetic, requiring attention to his diet and his blood sugar. His kidney function declined, and 2 years after his transplant, we were told he'd soon need to begin dialysis or have a kidney transplant. During those final years, outpatient appointments were a full-time job. There were appointments with his transplant teams, the nephrologist, a dermatologist. Steve had numerous hospitalizations during this time too. Our post-transplant life revolved around balancing exposure and infection risk while living a full life. That balance was disrupted in early 2019 when Steve contracted the flu. He was hospitalized and placed on a ventilator, but his lungs ended up as a burnt battlefield. Steve could not overcome the infection, and he passed away February 4th, 2019. Ani, Elliot, and I were devastated. Steve's story is a reminder that transplant is a limited treatment and not a cure. It's also a difficult treatment that depends on luck, privilege, and sacrifice. Even after receiving a rare lung transplant, Steve's biggest fear came true. He didn't get to enjoy the fruits of his life. He didn't get to keep being a father to his children and watch them grow up. Ani was 8 and Elliot was 6 when they lost their dad. I believe the ideal treatment for HPS is a gene therapy that would delete the possibility that HPS patients would experience lifelong fibrosis. No one should ever have to suffer like Steve did, fighting until their last breath.
Wow. Karen, thank you so much for sharing your and Steve's journey with HPS and the treatment journey as well. So important to hear from those who obviously fought until the very end, but that treatment journey along the way really helped us understand so much. And thank you to all of our panelists who dug deep and shared their treatment experiences and as well as their preferences for future treatments. So now this is the second time today that we'll have an opportunity to bring all of you in our live audience, the people living with HPS and their caregivers and family members and other loved ones into the conversation. We're going to, like in the morning session, first start with a polling question that'll help us get thinking about these topics of treatments for HPS. And then we'll be inviting you to help us understand those treatment experiences. So first, to do this, if you can bring up a browser, go to that tab that you might have open. You can do this on your computer or on your mobile device. Go to pollev.com/HPS PFDD. For those of you who may not have been with us in the morning, if you go to this website, pollev.com/HPS PFDD, if you leave this page up throughout the rest of this afternoon session, you'll be able to answer the various polling questions that we have for you. Our first polling question this afternoon is asking what medications or medical treatments have you or your loved one used either currently or in the past to treat HPS symptoms, and select all that apply. This question is focused on the medications and medical treatments. As I mentioned earlier, we are interested in other types of accommodations and treatment approaches, and we'll be asking about those shortly. So for here, focus more on traditional medications and medical treatments. The options that you have are A, platelet transfusions, B, hormones and contraceptives, C, medications for bleeding, D, medications for inflammatory bowel disease, E, medications for lung or breathing problems, F, cannabidiol or CBD, G, medications to manage depression or anxiety, H, medications to help sleep, I, an investigational drug or gene therapy in a clinical trial, J, lung transplant, K, ostomy or bowel surgery, L, other medications, some medication or medical treatment not listed in this polling question, or M, if you or your loved one have not used medications or medical treatments. And please select all that apply. This is our first question of the afternoon, where we're seeing our participants able to select more than one option. So I'll let you know that the percentages you're seeing displayed, they are not the percentages of people who have selected a particular response. That's the percentage of total responses. So you can think of those bars as a relative ranking. So what we're seeing is that medications for bleeding seem to be the most common medication or medical treatment amongst our participants today. After that, we see platelet transfusions, hormones, contraceptives, and medications for lung and breathing problems as some of the next most common treatments that are used. And after that, we see medications for the inflammatory bowel disease, as well as other medications that we don't have listed. So of course, we really want to hear about what those other medications are. And then you see that we have experience across all of the other medications and medical treatments, including individuals who have participated in clinical trials and have had access to an investigational medicine through those. And then finally, I'll note that we do have individuals who have not used medications or medical treatments. And so that may, for those of you who aren't on medications and medical treatments, we want to hear from you as well. Is that because where you are in your journey with HPS, what has gone into your decision making to not be on a medical treatment? We would love to hear about that. So we can move to our second polling question. We're going to broaden it, the umbrella of treatments we're talking about. And besides those medications and medical treatments, we want to know what else have you used to help manage the HPS symptoms, either currently and previously. And again, you can select all that apply. The options are A, protective clothing, B, a magnifying device and or speech software for your computer, C, a closed circuit television, D, lenses to magnify vision, E, white canes or guide dogs, F, school or work modifications, G, use of UV sunglasses, H, psychotherapy, I, naturopathic approaches like supplements or herbals, J, self-help activities, things like yoga, exercise, or meditation, or K, some other way that you help manage your or your loved one's HPS symptoms besides what's been listed here. And you can also select L if you're not currently using any of these other kind of non-medication approaches to treatment. While final responses are coming in, it looks like some of the most common non-medication approaches are protective clothing, magnifying devices or speech software for computers, lenses to magnify vision. After that, we also see it's very common to use or employ school and work modifications and use UV sunglasses. Kind of the next tier down, we see closed circuit TVs and self-help activities. But really every single one of these different non-medication approaches are used by a number of our individuals, and nobody is reporting that they don't use any of these different types of non-medication management approaches. So we have one more polling question to get us started here this afternoon. If we can go to our third polling question. I want you to think about the whole range of things, both the medications and other medical treatments, the non-medical approaches. I want you to think about how well does all of that together, that current regimen, control you or your loved one's disease overall. And the options here are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, if this is not applicable because you're not using any either medical or non-medical treatment approaches. And this one's really important as you're thinking about the answer to this. Think about why you're selecting the answer. For those a little bit more than, or around half of you that are selecting somewhat, you know, what is helping? Because clearly you're telling us that some things are helping to some amount, but also what is left unaddressed, and what have you tried to address those things that are unaddressed? We're seeing that about a quarter of people are saying that what they have does help to a great extent. What does that look like? And what still remains in terms of your unmet needs? And for those of you, about the 10% of you that say very little, you know, what have you tried? And, you know, what little bit has it helped? We want to hear about even small, treatment improvements or successes as well, not just those that are very helpful, but those things that maybe help only a little bit. We're not saying that anybody, there's no one in our audience that's reporting that the current treatment regimen does not help at all, and no one is reporting that this question is not applicable because they are not using anything. So thank you for participating in those polling questions. This gives us a great sense of some of the treatment experiences that you all have. We'd love to hear about your treatment experiences. And so if you have treatment experiences you'd like to share, I'd like to encourage you to call in and share those experiences with us, the things that are in your current arsenal, and whether it's something that's helped or maybe something that hasn't helped. We want to hear about both of those types of things. And so you can dial in. If you're on the English live stream, you can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. And if you're on the Spanish live stream, you can call at 1-508-473-0730. Again, that's 1-508-473-0730. We'd love to hear your voices and hear as many voices as possible. You can also write in with comments. Remember, there is that comment form under the live stream on the website today. You can write in with those comments, and like in the morning, we'll be sharing some of those throughout. And finally, I'd like to welcome our live Zoom panel, some of your peers living with HPS, who will also be joining us throughout this session to be sharing some of their treatment experiences and perspectives. So I'd like to start this off maybe with you, Cassandra. As you're maybe a good place to start is amongst all of the different treatment approaches that you saw, many of them listed in those polling questions and maybe the other things that weren't listed. What has been the greatest treatment success or been the most helpful to you in treating your symptoms of HPS, or maybe just making life a little bit easier managing and living with those symptoms?
Sure. Hi, my name is Cassandra Mendez. I am 24 years old. I live in Columbus, Ohio, and I have HPS type 1. There are a lot of things that haven't worked, and I know that we'll get to those in the future. But as for things that have worked, I have a guide dog. That's been a great success for me as an independent individual. Having a guide dog for nearly 6 years has really opened a lot of doors for me. I would primarily get around by walking. I would have to force myself to live in walkable parts of the city in order to actually make that work for me. But I got her when I was an undergrad, and she has been really helpful because of the photosensitivity, the photophobia of albinism, being able to walk more confidently and knowing that she will help keep me safe as I cross streets has been immensely helpful to my confidence as an independent adult. I think any sort of transportation modification has been extremely helpful. I've made fair use of paratransit provided through my city, which has allowed me to get places more accessibly and a little bit more affordably than typical rideshare servicing. And as for medical treatments, it's hard to say since many of them haven't worked to the full extent, but I think having my ostomy surgery was massively helpful. Back in 2015, I got my entire large intestine removed due to consistent hemorrhaging and inflammation. And that solved a lot of problems within my intestines themselves. I have gotten frequent scans, and for the most part, things look okay in my intestines. That doesn't mean that I'm cured, though, and I will talk about that later.
Yeah. So let's talk about a couple of those things. I think very interested to hear more. With your guide dog, is your guide dog primarily, you rely on him or her in navigating the kind of outdoors and navigating outside, you said, because of photophobia and light sensitivity. So I just want to confirm, it's really just for outdoors, not like indoors around the house or anything like that. But also, could you talk a little bit about your kind of experience, getting used to working with a guide dog, and are there any examples of things that maybe now that you have your guide dog that you can do or feel more comfortable doing in daily life?
Sure. So I didn't use a cane until I was 16, which is typically the precursor to using a guide dog, as being a cane user.
Yes.
I didn't really have much need for it because I went to a really small high school and my parents drove me most places I needed to go.
Right.
When I decided to go to undergrad, I went to the Ohio State University, which has its own zip code and is located within kind of the heart of Columbus, Ohio. So it was a bit of a rough adjustment. I was always an independent kid, and I was always very confident getting around, but realizing that I didn't have that help and it was completely up to me to get to where I needed to go was a little bit shocking. I had good orientation and mobility training before that, and that was also massively helpful. I myself have a good sense of direction, but having the light sensitivity and ultimately being legally blind,
Yeah.
made it very difficult to get to where I needed to be. And I would have to be looking around constantly in front of me and below me and, above, and just to make sure that I wouldn't run into anything. And that was a lot of mental weight and stress. So getting a guide dog, it was a bit of a different mode of thinking. Instead of relying on tactile feedback like you would with a cane, you have to allow your guide to guide you around obstacles. But it was an adjustment. I was 19 when I got my guide dog, and getting used to, the maturity of taking care of something else was an adjustment. But as for our working relationship, she's been really great. We have our moments where we're a little bit out of sync, but I would say, as far as confidence, there have been times where my guide has stopped me in the middle of an intersection before an oncoming car, and that has been a lot of peace of mind. I have still been in an accident when I didn't have my guide, which was back in February, and required some other interventions. But it has made, having a guide dog has made navigation and confidence in travel a lot easier.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Cassandra, for sharing that. And some of those examples really helps illustrate just, the value of the guide dog, and also just helping keep you safe in some of those real world experiences. So thank you so much. I want to go to Jada and bring you in on this topic of things that maybe have been the most helpful or most successful that you've tried.
For me, one of the medications that worked really well for me for my bleeding issues was Stymate, which is an inhaled DDABP, or a nasal, I should say, a nasal. But unfortunately, that was taken off the market for issues. So I had to switch over to tranexamic acid, which doesn't work as well for me, unfortunately. So I'm still adjusting to that change. For me, another issue that I found is just being on oxygen. And having to do those adjustments. It is helpful in keeping up with daily life to be on oxygen. So it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. But so those are the two treatments that I'm using right now that are like high on my list of successes for the most part.
So when you mention with the medication adjustment, you're still adjusting. What do you mean by that? Is that you're trying to figure out what works? You're trying to manage side effects? Just maybe if you can help describe that a little bit to us.
Sure. Well, the Stymate did have more side effects, so that is a little bit more easier to tolerate this new medication. But the issue is with each bleeding episode, the amount of medication you need to take is different. So, heavier episodes need several more days of medication, where smaller episodes may use, and the dosing is different because it's an oral medication and it's 2 pills 3 times a day, up to several days, depending on the episode. So how many days are you going to be taking it? You never really know. So, like I said, it's still a learning curve for me.
No, totally understandable. And you said while you're still kind of figuring it out, how would you kind of say that you notice that it works, that it helps?
Well, that's the other thing is the Stymate was something you would take and it would work usually to end an episode pretty much within that first dose.
Okay.
This one, not so much. So you take the first medication, the first dose, and you see it decrease a little bit. And so you see the symptoms improving, but it's not going to stop it completely. So you will have to take 2 or 3 days of the medication.
I see.
To get it to fully affect and help to end that bleeding episode. So depending on what it is, are you talking about a nosebleed? That may take a whole day. You may still be having the nosebleed the next day and have to take another course of it the next day. If you're talking about your menstrual cycle, you may be taking it 3-4 days to make sure that it gets that bleeding under control, sometimes for your entire period.
Wow.
So it just depends.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jada, for that, helping me understand. On the oxygen side, kind of somewhat similar question, how do you make decisions about how to adjust your oxygen? Is that, based off of things that, how you're feeling, what you're able to do? How do you make those adjustments?
Well, there's a spectrum there. So yes, part of it is how are you physically feeling that day?
Okay.
Are you because I also have asthma on top of it. So is my asthma being affected? Is that causing my oxygen saturation to drop? Is the weather affecting it? Is it cold? So my lungs are being constricted, or is it too humid? Things like, did I not sleep well the night before? So I haven't rested up and my body's kind of fatigued. All the, definitely plays a part on top of physical activity. How busy are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you running around a lot doing home chores? Are you running out to run errands? So how much you use will depend on all those different factors.
Right. And what's your signal, maybe your own little way of assessing to know that you've gotten it right, you're at the right level?
I tend to be very good at feeling it in my lungs. I feel it, but I also check it with a pulse ox monitor to make sure that I'm staying above that 92%, which is, where you want to be.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you so much. I want to take an opportunity, as in the morning we talked about the founder effect that exists with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, and how many individuals, we have a cohort of individuals in Puerto Rico living with HPS, and we had an opportunity to interview some of those individuals ahead of this meeting so we could have their voices be a part of today. So I'd like to go to Jose, who's going to share some of his treatment experiences.
Saludos, pues mi nombre es José Acevedo.
My name is Jose Acevedo Perez. I live in Puerto Rico. And I'm 48 years old. And I've had Hermansky-Pudlak for my entire life. I take prednisone, 5 milligrams, to avoid a little bit the excess inflammation. I know that it's not an approved treatment to help with fibrosis, but in a way it does help to stay stable since it avoids the excessive inflammation. I know there are some side effects to this medication, but since it's such a low dose, only 5 milligrams, it hasn't caused any consequences to my health. Well, essentially, maybe it's something silly, but it has helped me a lot. And it's this. This is mint, like a spray Listerine, but the Walgreens brand, of course, it's cheaper. This has helped a lot because it helps to control the itchiness in the throat. And by not coughing, my oxygen levels stay stable. When I cough, that I have the cough fits, my oxygen levels drop a lot. I constantly walk with an oximeter because I monitor myself constantly, my oxygen levels, because I know if this drops too much, the consequences would be severe. And I always try to monitor it to keep my health as stable as I can. When I have the cough fits, and I notice that my oxygen level drops, I notice it immediately. One of the things that I do is I try to rest, stay calm until everything normalizes. That's the first thing I do. If I see that within a minute or so, minute and a half, my oxygen levels doesn't go back to normal, then I move to my room. That is where I have the large oxygen machine. Because this oxygen machine is a constant flow. The portable one, it's with a pulse, and sometimes the pulse one isn't enough to help me bring back up my oxygenation. Most of the time, yes. Like within a minute, minute and a half approximately, my oxygenation goes back to normal. But when it's not enough, I move to the room. I wear the constant flow oxygen machine, and this one stabilizes me quickly.
Jose, thank you so much for sharing some of your treatment experiences, both those things that are helping and some of the strategies and alternatives you need to have around to kind of help manage and have that successful experience. I do notice that we have a phone caller that would like to share some about an experience with the treatment that has helped. We have Samantha from New York, who is a person living with HPS. I'd like to welcome Samantha to the show. Samantha, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello. So, I noticed that we were doing, our topic right now is medications we've taken or prior medications we've taken.
Yes.
On the poll, one of the options I selected was other. And this is because one of the medications I do take didn't fall under any of those categories.
Yeah, we'd love to hear about that.
I suffer a lot with my IBD. That's one of the major problems next to bleeding and, of course, the eyesight.
Mm-hmm.
Because of this, I have struggled with weight gain for as long as I can remember. I've always been underweight.
Mm-hmm.
I've had moments where I've lost a lot of weight. I've been admitted to the hospital because I've been underweight, like severely. And even now I'm underweight, but it's not severe that I don't need to be admitted, but it's still not a good situation.
Mm-hmm.
For this, my GI doctors and like people I talk to, they prescribed me cyproheptadine,
Okay.
which they've given me to basically act as an appetite stimulant. So that way I can continue to eat instead of losing my appetite and then end up losing weight. I'm not sure how many people have dealt with this. I haven't heard of anyone so far now talk about this. So I thought to just bring this up into light because it is something that if I suffer with, there might be someone out there who also has a similar issue.
Sure. No, and Samantha, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about this since we haven't heard much about it. I'm sure you're not the only person who has experienced this. So, in terms of the weight loss associated with your irritable bowel disease, has that been something pretty consistent, or is it really something that happens more when your bowel disease is kind of more severe or flaring up?
It's been mostly consistent.
Okay.
There have been times where it acts up badly. I get severe appetite loss, and if I get sick, the whole uphill that I was going with the slight weight gain just gets completely negated, and it gets frustrating sometimes because I'm trying to not lose weight, and my doctors don't want me to lose weight because it's never a good thing, but sometimes it's out of my control.
And so the appetite stimulant that you're talking about, you've noticed that you're able to or have more of an interest in eating more, or able to kind of able to eat more, and that's been what's been helping you either gain weight or keep a certain weight?
Yeah, it helps to basically get me on a schedule to eat more, to feel hungry more often, and result in like either more constant snacking or eating bigger portions, taking seconds from like dinner if I've had food already. It's always a welcome sight when I get hungry because like it's a good thing. It means that at least I'm not in an instance of eating too little, which is not what you want.
Sure. And one more question for you, Samantha. Would you say that your weight gain goals, are you achieving those? Are you still kind of working towards that? Where are you kind of in that journey?
I'm still working towards that. There was a point in time that I got the highest to 103 pounds. Mm-hmm. That was the highest I've ever gotten to, and I stayed there for a good while. Mm-hmm. And then I believe I got really badly sick.
I see.
And it just kept decreasing little by little at some point, and it's been a real hard struggle to get back up. Sometimes I gain like 2 pounds, close to 3, and that's, in the grand scale of things, it's not a lot of pounds, but when you're at a lower weight and have usually been going down, they accept 3 pounds over nothing.
Right.
But it's still sometimes very difficult to put on any weight because it just either I don't feel hungry or don't eat enough.
And when
but I still continue to try to make sure that I can get back to my weight goals and to a healthier weight, so that way I don't have to worry so much about any consequences that can happen from having being underweight.
Yeah, and in addition to those kind of, the health concerns with being underweight, do you, can you notice or can you tell if you feel better, have more energy, maybe mental health feels better when you, are able to put on weight or maintain a weight that you were able to achieve, or is it really just a concern about some of the negative consequences if you're not able to?
More the concerns of negative consequences, though when I do gain weight, even if it's a little bit, I feel like an achievement, because I'm just like, I did something right. I got a little bit of weight. I'm not losing at least, because that's the thing I don't want. I don't want to lose.
Right.
If I stay at a certain spot or I gain a tiny bit, that's fine by me.
I see. Well, this has been extremely valuable, Samantha, and thank you for following up on that on the polling question. That's been really illuminating for us. So thank you for calling. I see we have a number of written comments that have been coming in, so I want to make sure we're able to address and hear some of those. Larry, what are we seeing?
Sure. So we've heard from Monica, who lives in Pittsburgh, Kansas. She says, an extraction of impacted wisdom teeth almost proved fatal were it not for the infusion of platelets. I delivered 2 children at the University Hospital under the care of a well-prepared team. The first delivery went as well as it could have, with heavy bleed that was not life-threatening. The second delivery resulted in another near-fatal hemorrhage. DDAZP and platelets were administered, as well as some quick non-surgical intervention. In the last year, I have had need for 2 infusion of platelets due to GI bleeds. One of those was following a colonoscopy. We've heard from Eliana, who wears sunglasses when needed. She wears sunscreen outside, and she's being followed by a pediatric dermatology, hematology, ophthalmology, and an optometrist. And then we hear Rick, who lives in Springfield, says daily actions to preserve the lungs of our children. We buy air purifiers and filters for multiple rooms in the home. We don't light candles or use perfume or cologne. We distance ourselves from family members that smoke and intend to nudge our children to become swimmers or participate in other activities to help lung health. Every time my son gets a cold, we cannot help but be concerned about his overall lung health. It's a constant state of worry, and preventive measures. As a parent, you persistently question if you are doing or have done enough for your children's health.
Yeah, well, thank you to everyone who's writing in. Please continue to send in those comments. We'll be reading them throughout. You can use that comment form under the live stream. I do want to kind of broaden the discussion a little bit. We've focused on the things that have been most helpful, but we know that there have been things that you all try that may not be as successful. And then even if something is successful, it might come with trade-offs or downsides, whether side effects or burden or some other aspect of it. And so to get us thinking about this, this topic, we have another polling question for you. So you want to, at this point, go to that web page that you have up. You can open a new web page if you need to. Go to pollev.com/HPSPFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/HPSPFDD. And here a question for you is, what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches? Again, this is both the medical and non-medical approaches, and select the top 3. We have the options are A, not very effective at treating the target symptom. B, it only treats some but not all of the symptoms. C, the high cost or copay, or it's not covered by insurance. D, limited availability or accessibility of the treatment. E, the side effects. F, the route of administration, whether IV, pills, or injection. G, requires too much effort and or time commitment. H, some other biggest drawback of your current approaches. Or I, if you're not using any of those medical or non-medical approaches, you can select this because this question is not applicable. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses to the top 3 biggest drawbacks of current treatment approaches. As it stands, it looks like side effects of existing treatment approaches is the top drawback that we're seeing from our participants. After that, we're seeing kind of a cluster of them not being effective at treating the intended target symptom, or if they are treating a symptom, it's not treating all of the symptoms. We also see the high cost copay and it not being covered by insurance as a top drawback. We really see everything here, as a top drawback for a fair proportion of our audience, as well as some other things that we didn't list that are big drawbacks. So we want to hear your perspectives both on those common and as well as less common approaches. And we also understand and we can see that there are some individuals that are not using any treatment approaches, so this isn't applicable to them. So I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel here and maybe start with Nancy. As you're thinking about your treatment experiences, we've we started talking about successes. We've now put maybe treatments that haven't been so useful or have downsides also on the table to talk about. Is there a treatment experience you'd like to share with us?
Yes. Hi, I'm Nancy Suarez Lee. I'm 63 years old and I live in Dallas, Texas. And 10 years ago, I had a double lung transplant. So transplant is the treatment option that I've had the most experience with. And I will say that I'm one of the people who's blessed to have had a good outcome with my transplant, relatively speaking. One of the things we heard earlier is that the average life expectancy for a lung transplant patient is 5 years. Mm-hmm. It's 5 to 6 years. And I'm 10 years out. So from that regard, it's really been a successful treatment option. But transplant comes with many, many, many issues. As Carmen stated in her video, it is you trade one set of problems for another. And that's certainly true, even in my case with the success that I've had. I developed high blood pressure, high cholesterol, I have kidney disease. I've had 4 skin cancers in the last 4 years. We're very prone to infection. So I've had a lot of that, which often requires hospitalizations. There's a lot of fear involved, in addition to not really knowing how long we're going to live, which obviously not anybody does, but I think it's a little more in our face in this situation after a transplant. Just a lot of issues that are worrisome.
Sure. So certainly, I'm very glad to hear you've had such a good experience with the lung transplant. You kind of mentioned that, we heard a little bit that it's kind of, there's a range of different downsides that come with that. Have you experienced any of those personally? Has that impacted, your life at all?
Well, yes. The precautions that are necessary are, I'll use COVID as an example. I mean, people, had to go on lockdown and wear masks and do all that. Well, after a transplant, you're kind of in that situation. Just depends how far you take it. But masking was nothing new to me. It was just kind of nice that other people were finally doing it and I wasn't being stared at all the time. But it has a lot of impacts. I mean, the sun exposure, we have a double whammy. We have albinism, so we don't have the pigmentation protection from the sun, but we're also on immunosuppressants, which makes us even more susceptible to skin cancers and other cancers, by the way. But so just having to be even more cautious than ever in that regard. And I have kidney disease, and that scares me to a great degree because it continues to decline, and I see a kidney transplant sometime in my future.
Wow. Yeah. Nancy, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Mary, I'd like to bring you in on this as well. Again, we've talked about both treatments that are successful, we're broadening it to talk about maybe things that haven't helped so much, or even if they have helped, maybe have some downsides. Is there a treatment experience you'd like to share with us?
Hi, everybody. I'm Marielle. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a science teacher living and working in Chicago. A treatment experience I can speak to that has a lot of drawbacks is one I started very recently.
Okay.
A little over 3 weeks ago, I started taking pirfenidone, also known as Esbriet, for my pulmonary fibrosis. My pulmonary fibrosis is in a really early stage. So right now it doesn't prevent me from teaching, singing in a choir, commuting, cooking, and doing my daily activities. But my pulmonologist recommended the treatment to kind of maintain that quality of life that I have. And although I feel really blessed that there is something finally that could slow the progression of the pulmonary fibrosis, it does come with the drawback that based on the limited research we have on this drug, there's no studies on how this drug could interact with pregnancy or lactating. I have read in the clinical trials that we know from studies on rats, it will accumulate in mammalian fetuses, that it does cross the placenta. So it is the kind of thing, if I do want to have children, and I'm 26, I'd like to think I have a few years ahead of me to maybe decide to have children or not. It's something I'll have to stop. So when I took this treatment, I didn't take it lightly. I got 2 different pulmonologists' opinions from staff at the National Institutes of Health, because the question at the forefront of my mind is it even worth starting pirfenidone if I might have children in the next 5 years? Because as other people have mentioned throughout the day, those of us that want to be parents, we really consider doing it earlier when we're the healthiest. And the conclusion we had come to was, well, being on pirfenidone for 2 years and then maybe stopping for the 18 or so months or a year, depending on how long you'd want to have your child and breastfeed if you're able to, might be better than never having been on pirfenidone at all 4 or 5 years down the line. So it's a huge, it was really at the forefront of my mind when thinking about that treatment.
Sure. And maybe can you just give us a little context of, where you were with your kind of journey with HPS that kind of led to the decision to want to go on to pirfenidone kind of to begin with, and of course then, need to think about all of these things?
Absolutely. So when I was 18, I started school at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and I was really fortunate to get dorming paid for. In our dorm, the only downside of that, I got a full scholarship, a laptop dorm, but our dorm was right next to one of the major expressways in the city. And I vividly remember, because I would take choir for fun and for credit. Our choir building was about a 20-minute walk. And in the dead of Chicago winter, living and walking in this heavily highway congested city, I would come to choir out of breath. And by the end of a 1-hour rehearsal, I would feel dizzy. I didn't faint, but I really felt it. And it was a new experience for me. I've always been really athletic, really into swimming and gymnastics and doing things some parents do for their children with HPS. I'm really excited to hear that parents are doing that, because I do feel like it's helped my lungs being so active. But I met my first pulmonologist then, who noticed, it was very obvious when I went for my PFT, I have some lung function impairment. I'm not breathing normally I would, which was it was a huge shock to me, because like I said, I have a really high quality of life. My HPS hasn't really limited me from traveling, from working, from going to graduate school. And I was about 19 years old when I started getting inhalers, and luckily taking an inhaler, some albuterol and a Symbicort inhaler, helped with being able to go to choir rehearsal in the middle of Chicago winter. A huge thing that helped with my lungs was moving away from, once I graduated college, I now very deliberately live in one of the neighborhoods in Chicago with the highest air quality. So my pulmonary function test actually improved after I left college. However, what really motivated the decision to take pirfenidone, sorry, it's a little bit of a long story, was
no, this is so helpful.
The scarring progression that they could see on my lungs through the CT scans. So even though my PFTs are better, it's like the scarring is still there. And even though it's still early, maintaining my quality of life is so important. If it comes to it, if I have to start experiencing like the limited mobility and things, like I can always say with confidence, like I've lived a beautiful and wonderful life, and I just like to keep extending that as much as I can. And I think a lot of people with HPS could really empathize with that idea of wanting to maintain a high quality of life for as long as we possibly can.
Yeah. Mariel, that was very well said. Thank you so much for
I saw a lot of heads shaking across the screens in agreement with you.
Yeah. So I do want to bring in one of our voices from Puerto Rico. One of our interviews, we had Avdiel, who wanted to or shared with us some of the treatment experiences, and including some of the challenges and downsides.
My name is Avdiel Jove. I live in Natillo, Puerto Rico. I'm 30 years old, and I've had Hermansky-Pudlak in my life. Well, it includes so many different conditions. So, like, it affected my stomach. I have like gastritis and colitis, and so I have to be in a very strict diet. I'm legally blind. There's no treatment for that. I have the bleeding condition. My breathing is affected. I have asthma. When I was little, I also ended in the hospital a lot because of asthma. Now it's more or less under control. My biggest worries are if my symptoms are getting worse, because I'm only 30 years old. And I already feel like I'm in a very strict diet. My bones sometimes hurts. I almost feel like I'm old, like I'm an old man, and I'm only 30. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I see we also have a number of written comments that are coming in on this topic of treatments that maybe haven't worked so well or come with some downsides. So Larry, can you share some of those with us?
Sure. Yes, we heard from Oscar from Grand Island, Florida, who says that the lack of knowledge among the medical community when you mention your child has HPS, some physicians just start reading about it in front of you. We heard from Yaritza from Maine. This was translated from a Spanish caller. She says, I'm 40 years old woman with HPS, but was diagnosed with pulmonary fibrosis at 24. My condition was worsening and my quality of life was getting to be so bad, I had no choice but to move from Puerto Rico to the US so I can get the treatment and care I need. Even in the US, my condition is so rare that I have had a hard time finding care. Then we also heard from Christina from Puerto Rico. She said it's a challenge when you need to have surgery or any medical procedure because doctors are afraid of any bleeding that might occur. In reality, you don't know if heavy bleeding may happen. It's kind of a box of surprise.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for everyone who's been writing in. Before we move on to one more topic, I do want to come back to our Zoom panel and check in with Noelle on this topic of current treatments. Can you maybe talk to us a little bit about your HPS experience and treatments maybe that you've considered or have tried?
Yeah, hi, I'm Noel Gomez. I'm 48 and I live in California and have HPS1. Actually, I want to talk about that comment that came in where one of the issues that we face is that lack of knowledge. I remember the first time that I thought I had HPS was actually through my mother. I went to my primary care physician, told them that, I possibly had this thing. And they said, no, you don't have that. And I let it go. I didn't think about it. I didn't have any symptoms or anything like that. So what was interesting is several years passed by. I somehow stumbled again on it, looked through Wikipedia, and this time I had a different primary care physician. She did some research and had me tested, and that was the real, essentially I self-diagnosed by pushing this subject. And now that I'm up to a point in my life where I have to get on treatment, I'm dealing with pulmonologists that do not know the condition, do not understand about HPS, do not understand the progression of fibrosis. So they try to equate us to a typical person with fibrosis, and the progression is fairly slow. So they look at someone my age and feel like, well, you don't need to get on any treatment. There's nothing, you need to do right now. We don't need to worry about it. We'll just keep watching it. And they look at a side effect of pirfenidone and they say, well, it's something that you don't want to get on because you're going to be on it for the rest of your life and you're going to become sensitive to the sun. And I'm looking at it like, well, I'm already sensitive to the sun, number one. So it's not really changing much. And the other thing is, this is one of these things that, you can't unbreak the glass, or however that saying is. Once we have the fibrosis, you can't undo that. So I'm at a position right now that, I do have some progression. I want to get on the pirfenidone, and it is a process to find someone who understands or is willing to learn. And I think someone else mentioned this whole thing of like in front of you, I'm educating the doctor on a condition that I know more of than they do. And then telling them, or explaining how the fibrosis is different for an HPS patient than maybe someone else that they have dealt with. Right. And so, it is a journey, it is a process, and a long drawn out process to go from, I believe, I have to advocate for myself, teach, to get onto this thing, and then go through the whole journey of getting on treatment and dealing with the side effects or the tolerance to the treatment. That's another thing that I understand, that you have to start in a low dose and gradually increase it and potentially scale it back. And so again, I'm getting myself through this journey, but it is a long process.
Yeah, well, thank you very, very much, Noel. Treatment is within the context of the healthcare system, and I think you really helped us understand that. We do have our moderator from our participation party in Puerto Rico who has joined us by phone. again, to report out on some of the participants, people with HPS and their caregivers who have joined together to tune in live today and share some of their treatment experiences. So I'd like to welcome Hilde from Puerto Rico. Hilde, are you with us?
Hi, this is Hilda from Puerto Rico in this participation party. Yes. And they are very, very exciting on all of what is going on. And a lot of these people are identifying certain feelings and certain things that they have, and the medicines that they have been using, they don't think it works. And then they are recommending for example, they would like more access to the treatments for bleeding and better equipment to improve vision, a better control and treatment for colitis. And they will love more help in the access to the lung treatments for pulmonary fibrosis.
Okay.
They really, really, really want a cure for HPS, and some of them are willing to enter in any clinical trials and gene therapy.
Yes.
And maybe treatments or help for skin cancer.
Okay.
And most of them are want to cure SIP or as fast as possible.
Right.
And they are putting all of these on the people who are listening on this presentation in their hands, and
yes.
They wish that cure fast.
Yes. Well.
And that's.
Well, Hilda, thank you so much for getting all of that and collating that and sharing that with us. I think that's actually a beautiful transition to our final topic for today, getting to hear some of the treatment goals and thoughts from our party down in Puerto Rico. We want to broaden the discussion here across the full program to understand what everyone here is looking for from future treatments. So we're actually going to go to our final polling question of the day. It's your last chance to go to that webpage that you've had up, or if you need to go to it, it's pollev.com/HPSPFDD. And our final question is, which aspects of your condition would you rank as most important for a possible new drug today? And we want you to select the top three. I know this will be difficult, but please select the top three aspects of your condition that would be most important for a possible new treatment. The options are A, improving visual acuity, B, improving photophobia, C, resolving bleeding issues, D, preventing and or treating pulmonary fibrosis and the breathing difficulties, E, eliminate persistent coughing, F, increasing skin pigmentation, G, preventing skin cancer, H, preventing or treating the inflammatory bowel disease, I, maintaining normal kidney function, J, correcting immune deficiency, or K, some other aspect of your HPS or your loved one's HPS that you would rank as most important for a possible new drug today. Again, please select your top three treatment goals. So we'll give you a few more moments to get your responses in here. As it stands, it looks like kind of the first and close second, really pretty close together, would be a drug to prevent or treat the pulmonary fibrosis and breathing difficulties, as well as something to help with the bleeding issues. After that, we kind of see as the second tier, improving visual acuity, as well as preventing and treating the inflammatory bowel disease. After that, we see preventing skin cancer, improving photophobia as some top treatment goals, as well as eliminating the persistent coughing, maintaining normal kidney function, and correcting immune deficiency. I think the only thing that we don't have anyone saying is a top three treatment goal is increasing skin pigmentation. We do have some other treatment goals that are identified that weren't listed. So we want to hear about all of these things. If you would like to share about some of your perspectives on what you're looking for from a new drug, we'd encourage you to call in. That phone number for our English live stream is 1-703-844-3231. Or if you're following along on the Spanish live stream, that's 1-508-473-0730. We really want to get your perspectives on what is important for you in a next future treatment. But to get us started and dive a little bit deeper into this discussion, I want to come back to our Zoom panel here. I'd like to start with maybe Nancy. As you're thinking about your goals for a future treatment, what would be important to you in considering whether to take a next future treatment? I think we can all say the complete cure, the complete resolution is the ultimate goal. But short of that, or maybe a better way to say this is until we can get there, what is it that you would look for and view as important from a next treatment?
Help me, but it would help so many others with HPS type 1 and those others that get the pulmonary fibrosis. And that would be to find a way for the fibrosis not to develop. And secondary to that would be, the need for transplant would be eliminated. So those are my dreams for our community for the future.
Yeah, and can you just maybe tell us a little bit about, again, the why? Why is that number one in your mind?
First of all, living with pulmonary fibrosis is very difficult. It affects, our family life, our social life, our work lives. We deteriorate to the point that there's not a whole lot we can do, but, if we're lucky, move from one room to the other within our homes before we, really can't do anything at all. And if we are lucky enough to get on a transplant list, and then if we're lucky enough to find a match, and that's complicated for some of us who've had, platelet transfusions or blood transfusions, as it was mentioned earlier, the matches are much more difficult to come by.
Right.
Just the antibodies and the infections and those kinds of things that are introduced to us by those means. So that's the reasoning behind my desire to see the fibrosis and the transplantations go away for good for our community.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Cassandra, how about you? As you're thinking about what you would look for as a kind of important new treatment for you, what would that look like?
Sure. I feel like I could say so much for this.
I know.
So I want to start by just saying that I've never been on a treatment that has ever fully worked. I've never reached remission in any part of my journey with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Ever since I've had colitis, I have failed nearly every biologic I've tried, from Remicade to Entyvio to Humira, which caused me to have a reaction. And now I'm on Stelara, and I've been on antibiotics that have caused me bacterial infections like C. diff. And part of the reason that I am on Stelara now is because I have extraintestinal manifestations of the IBD of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. Unfortunately, in my vulva, it is very painful, and I get sores and lesions, and it was very difficult to diagnose. Ever since I got my colon removed, it was the closest thing that I could have to a total cure. And I wanted to believe that. I really did. And then this had been happening periodically throughout my time with a colon. And then it flared right back up a few years after my total colectomy. And there's a lot involved in that. It was very difficult to get on a treatment at all.
Yeah.
And then I got put on Stelara, and it doesn't fully do the job. It is the best one for now. And I'm afraid of switching because I don't want to get rid of the thing that has worked slightly the best than anything else. And so ultimately I selected other. At this point in my current life with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, I would love to get rid of these skin issues, especially in intimate areas. It's painful, it's embarrassing, it's really, I would love to get rid of that. And, ever since I was a teenager, I lived with the threat of knowing I'm going to have pulmonary fibrosis someday. And that has framed my entire worldview in my life and career and relationships. And that would be something that I would be wanting to not have to go through if possible. But in the meantime, I think Muriel said it really well when I can say that I have lived a lovely life so far, and I'm trying to make the most of the time that I have while I have it.
Right. Cassandra, thank you so much for all of that. Just going around our Zoom virtual table here, Jada, would love to hear your thoughts about what your preferences are for future treatment.
So for me, I have to echo what Nancy said. I live in Connecticut. I'm 44 years old. We don't have a transplant center in Connecticut. Being legally blind, I don't drive. The closest center to me is in Boston, 2 hours away. So that's very difficult for me to manage. I don't have an easy way to get there myself because I don't drive. There's no adaptive options in Connecticut to allow you to drive.
Right.
So I have to, try to get to see if someone will take me. That makes evaluation very difficult. So right now, that's my only option. I've been on oxygen since I was 35, progressively getting worse, using it more often. And now I'm 44.
Yeah.
And that is the only treatment option left available to me is transplant. So my biggest issue that I would like to see addressed are the vision issues for more independence, a way to treat the lung disease so it doesn't develop.
Yeah.
And of course the bleeding issues, which are always, an issue when you're talking about something like having to get a transplant.
Yeah.
That's always a huge conversation. For tests that you have to have for evaluation, those always come up.
Yeah.
Always. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Noelle, I want to bring you into the discussion on your thoughts about future treatments. I know you shared some of your experiences about navigating the healthcare system to get a treatment that you're looking for, but maybe in addition to that, what are you thinking? What would be something that would be valuable to you if it were available?
Yeah, and going back to that treatment, that's treating the excuse me, if it works, treating the progression of something.
Yeah.
Not eliminating the pulmonary fibrosis. So ideally, with all that's going on in terms of gene therapies and things like that, that would be ideal. That is something that could prevent it, completely halt that. The other conditions that I happen to have with vision and the skin and things like that are things that that are not completely life-threatening.
Yeah.
It's even if you had a skin cancer, you can hopefully detect it early, which is another thing that we have to do. We have to go get these skin exams yearly to make sure that there's nothing wrong there. But you can actually do something about that.
Yeah.
You can't undo the fibrosis, and so if we could halt that or completely keep it from occurring in the first place, that would be ideal.
Yeah. No, that's really helpful and insightful. Noelle, we're going to have the final word on our Zoom panel here to Marielle. I want to make sure we get your thoughts and perspectives on a future treatment.
Hi again. So just as everybody said, yes, preventing the onset of pulmonary fibrosis would be huge. Preventing the onset of some of these other really, like Noelle says, some symptoms can be more debilitating than others. So like I don't have like IBS and GI issues, but preventing the onset of those symptoms for people of HPS who do.
Yeah.
And preventing those more severe bleeding episodes. So like always in women's health, more ways to manage menstruation and heavy bleeding, as I've taken DDAVP and hormone contraceptives for those, and even improvements in hormone contraceptives, because sometimes taking those treatments for a long time can be contraindicative and bring up other issues. So when I'm thinking about ideal treatments, and thinking about treatments that if they don't resolve the issue, that they slow the progression and can be taken for a long time without causing a lot of other severe issues.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking about, if we're thinking about elimination and prevention, I think a valid treatment would be subsidizing people to live in places with good air quality, would be seeing the government invest in cleaning up the air. It's absolutely horrifying if you look at a map of the air quality in Chicago, and where do all the Latino people live in this city? They tend to live in some of the neighborhoods with the worst air quality. And it's really heartbreaking to hear on this call how many people have been debilitated by their visual impairments. I'm really lucky to live in a major city where within an hour drive, I can reach 4 different institutions dedicated to improving accessibility for people with visual impairments. But I think a big part of treatment is making the not so life-threatening things more manageable. And it's not necessarily needs to be provided by a clinician, but just more community services, better paratransit for us visually impaired people.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that really thoughtful and really well-rounded perspective on what we could do and what would be valuable to this community. I want to thank our Zoom panel here for everything you've contributed today in this afternoon discussion on current and future treatments. We have a few more perspectives to get to. One is we have another voice from Puerto Rico, one of our interviews with an individual living in Puerto Rico who's going to share some of their perspectives about treatments. We have Lamaris, who is going to take us through some of those experiences.
My name is Limari Santiago Rivera. I'm from Guayama. I am currently 45 years old, and I was diagnosed with Hermansky-Pudlak in 2008 because I almost lost my life during surgery in that year, and because I didn't know that I had the condition. Because of this, I was diagnosed and I've been living with it. Well, in reality, the biggest concern with this condition is the pulmonary fibrosis. For some sort of treatment to exist, that it doesn't have to do with surgery, and that large problem that we have with the bleeding, and that every surgery that we go through, it's a threat to our lives. So if we could find some other method to treat this condition, it would be fantastic, something less invasive. Well, the challenges are really, like I said, having to need a transplant and for the body to assimilate the transplant, everything that is carried with this. And in my case, and I was told that it's likely that my body won't assimilate the transplant because I've had several surgeries, and I have received platelet transplants, and I was informed that there was a great possibility that this could affect or how my body would accept the transplant. And because of this, I have this uncertainty. I worry because in my case, I also have sons, and I have this concern, thinking in maybe some other method would come up so that the people that can't receive a transplant, like because of any other reasons.
Thank you so much, Lemaris, for sharing your story. We really appreciate it, and thanks to everyone who's shared their stories today. To close out today's meeting, we just have a couple last written comments that have come in related to future treatments. So we heard from Beverly. She hopes for a drug to prevent pulmonary fibrosis, a drug to prevent bleeding and blood clotting issues, and surgery to fix vision impairment and photophobia. Amber says, what I'd look for in an ideal treatment for HPS is the following. How can we control the bleeding, no matter what subtype, vision issues, pulmonary fibrosis, and gut issues? And Christine from Canada said treatments where pigmentation could somehow be added to the eye to assist with the low vision photophobia, a way to help the platelets function properly.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Back to James. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. This has just been an incredible day. We're now at the point in the agenda where we're wrapping up and concluding our audience participation. We spent an incredible morning where you all really, helped us pull back the curtain on what it is to live with HPS. We heard such, personal stories, some things, that were really intimate in nature, across, and I would say this is an understatement just to call it, multi-organ, so many different complicated symptoms and health effects, things that affect so many different activities in your daily life. As someone that moderates these meetings, I know it is not easy, but you all really stepped up today and helped us, and you continue to do that in the afternoon, really being honest, open and honest with us about what you have available, what's worked, what hasn't. Just truly incredible. And then at the end of the day today, just helping us understand what it is that we can do to help each and every one of you. And many of you talking about not just what helps yourselves, but what could help others in your community. And I think community is, probably one of the strongest things that, as the moderator of this meeting, I've seen, is just how strong this HPS community is, how you came together today. You're so supportive of one another. That can't be understated, just how incredible that is. And it wasn't really the focus of the meeting today to understand that, but it came through powerfully. So I just have to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you as your meeting moderator for doing what we set out to do, which was to hear as many voices as possible living with HPS and caregivers, so that way we can take this back and try to advance drugs through the pipeline and ultimately help solve some of those solutions you asked for. So at this point in the meeting, we're going to move to some summary remarks. It's an impossible task to try to summarize the proceedings from today, but we have someone that's in a perfect position to try to do that, and that's Becky Neves, who's a board member of the HPS network, and also importantly, a mom of a person living with HPS. So I'm going to turn it over to Becky to share some summary remarks.
First off, I want to thank you, Larry and James, so much for your guidance and the excellent job that you've done moderating today. It's been a big task, and you guys did amazing. First thing I can say to my community is, wow. When trying to summarize everything that I've listened through today, it is impossible to capture all of your voices, and I am so very, very proud to be a part of this community. I'm going to apologize ahead of time to my community. I can't possibly condense all the great things, all the stories, the impactful statements, the emotion that I heard today, but I'm going to do my absolute best. I have to say I'm humbled, I'm proud, I'm anxious, I'm scared, all these emotions going on. And I'm also hopeful that we were able to come together and do this summary and do the HPS network proud. We have come such a long way. So we started out the day with Dr. Brian Wilson from the FDA Office of Tissues and Advanced Therapy speaking about the importance of listening to the HPS experts, that's you guys, to help develop these treatments. Then we heard from our very own Dr. Gall from the NIH, who gave us the clinical overview of HPS, as he always does such a fabulous job. We know HPS is a multi-symptom disorder, including albinism, decreased visual acuity, hypopigmentation of the skin, Crohn's-like colitis, and ultimately pulmonary fibrosis for some of us. We went on to discuss with panelists about a day in the life of HPS. Now, I must say, I know most of you who have spoken today, and I thought I knew your stories. In listening to all the nuances and everything, there's just so much that HPS impacts, and I'm glad that it was able to shine through. Obviously, the biggest and most obvious impact for most of us is the pulmonary fibrosis. But then even the small little impacts that impact daily life, like Casey talking about her extreme light sensitivity. You just don't realize how invasive the condition can be. I watched as some of our members coughed and struggled to breathe, but still found it important enough to be here today to give their testimony. So I thank you so much. We heard about the effects on education of HPS. Missing so much school like Kylie did due to her bowel disorder. I was even thinking of my own daughter, who is a very high performing student, but because of her vision issues, the lack of spatial ability actually lowers her IQ scores, necessitating some special education remediation. For parents having to navigate IEPs and 504s, which are very sometimes scary legal documents. We heard about skincare and the importance of sunburn, and even that skin cancer can prevent you from even being listed for a transplant. And we don't think about those tiny little things that eventually down the road could be a huge thing. We heard a lot about mental health. Mental health is a huge thing for me, as I was a psychology major, and parents worried about their children being bullied. We heard from Rachel, who mentioned how chronic fatigue and pain actually hinders her relationship with her husband. We also heard about freedom and independence, the inability to drive being a huge factor to many of our individuals, how they don't want to feel like a burden to their families and loved ones. Another topic that came up was family planning, how some of our members have chosen not to have children, like Patrice, how some of our members are choosing to have IVF so that they don't have another child with the condition because they're so scared of what the future can hold for them. The social impacts of HPS. We heard of people just not being invited because they're just not able to get to social events, not recognizing social cues because of the visual impairments, not being able to participate in normal teenage activities like Kylie. We heard about our GI issues, and not just the frequent need to use the bathroom, but fatigue, joint pain, cramping. Some of our members have had their bowel completely removed. We heard from Wilson in Puerto Rico, who mentioned that his work accommodation was actually having close proximity to a bathroom. Things that I didn't know about were the inflammation that people had in various places and even lesions that can occur. We heard about the bleeding aspect of HPS, which all individuals with HPS have, whether it be menstrual for the females, childbirth, complications for surgery, having to use medications to stop the bleeding. And ultimately, for those of us who are looking to have a lung transplant, the concern over antibodies. Another thing that I heard about was accessibility to treatment. And you don't even realize how the environment can have an impact on that. Many of our members were affected by Puerto Rico by Hurricane Maria, which devastated the island. I know we lost many members, just contact with them and being able to make sure they were okay. We heard from parents and their concerns. I know one thing that I struggle with as a parent is the guilt. I mean, we know that HPS is an autosomal recessive disorder, so they inherit one copy from the mother and the father. That's something that I know I have struggled with, knowing that I have passed this to my child and could pass it to subsequent children. And it's something we talk about a lot in our mother's workshop. I heard about life decisions. Like, how do you plan for a disease that manifests itself so differently from one person to the next? You know, Kylie's experience has been different from Wilson's experience. We also had a member who mentioned they bought a house just to be close to work and then just to be laid off. I mean, that's pretty significant. We heard about people fearing to try new medications because they were afraid of how it would impact them. Another thing that was kind of constant throughout was the immune issues post-transplant and being scared to having infections, but even those with HPS-2 who have immunodeficiencies, and for those who are taking biologics due to the ulcerative colitis. In the afternoon, we went through current and future approaches. So we heard from Dr. Gachico from the NIH in regards to the current treatment options and intervention that we currently utilize. We heard Carmen's story. Carmen's currently waiting for a lung transplant. Due to the high antibodies, she acknowledges that her journey is a difficult one and one that she didn't even think that she would be able to do. We heard from Heather, who I think story was as much visual as what she said. You know, Heather presents as someone who definitely struggled to breathe and to get through her testimony, and she was actively on oxygen. She's talked about, after receiving her transplant, the number of medical challenges she's had even after getting new lungs. We heard from Karen, who lost her husband, Steve, 2 years post-transplant because of the flu, a simple condition that most of us get and don't even think about being life-threatening. We heard from Cassandra, who utilized a guide dog that helped her improve her independence, which has been a huge overarching theme that we've heard from our members. There's been that overwhelming need from everyone that we need a cure. From medical things, we've heard about medications being used off-label just in the hopes of preventing the pulmonary fibrosis. We can utilize platelets for our disorder, but then you have to constantly worry about the antibodies and the possibility of not being able to get a lung transplant. The side effects from medication can cause other health conditions. We heard members talking about kidney and liver problems, weight gain, weight loss, tremors in the hands. The GI medications who keep our members with ulcerative colitis healthy also cause them to be immune suppressed. We heard from our members in Puerto Rico regarding the different medications they use to help with their pulmonary fibrosis. But ultimately, our members in Puerto Rico will have to come stateside to receive a lung transplant because they aren't able to get lung transplants on the island of Puerto Rico. We heard from parents who fear the future and trying to keep their child as healthy as possible by putting them into sports, trying to keep them away from environmental factors, family members who smoke. I know I personally had a lot of issues with parents, family members who smoke and weren't as considerate to my child as they should be. At the end of the presentation, we heard of the issue of lack of knowledge. Right now, we don't know how and why the pulmonary fibrosis is triggered. The challenge of working with doctors who've never even so much as heard of Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome, let alone know how to spell it. And then when you tell them about it, they go into the next room to Google it and then come back and try to educate you on what your condition is. And having to do that every time you see a new specialist. We heard about treatment accessibility due to vision, location, cultural, and even socioeconomic issues. Because at the end of the day, having a rare chronic condition is expensive. Two quotes that stood out to me. One came from Heather Walton, and she said, "How quickly can I begin the rest of my life?" That resonated with me. You know, she's gotten her pulmonary fibrosis diagnosis, and she has to wonder, you know, how fast can she have a child? Is it fair to a child, you know, knowing that you may not have a normal lifespan? How quickly can she get all her ducks in a row? And the same as all of our members, how quickly can we move to be closer to a transplant center? Those are the realities of living with HPS. And we heard from Carmen, who admitted that by getting a lung transplant, she'll be trading one disease for another. Post-transplant life is no picnic. There are medications to be had by the handful. There's being immune suppressed. There's worried about catching every little germ that's out there. and the abuse that the body takes just to keep the organ working and not going into rejection. On a personal note, I am the mother of a child with HPS 1. She is 10 years old. I have yet to tell her that she has, the certainty that she will develop pulmonary fibrosis. When she was first diagnosed, before she was even diagnosed, I did my Googling and I stumbled upon the HPS network. And I called the office and I actually got Donna on the phone. And going through some of the lab results with Donna, she said, I'm not sure, go ahead and go through the genetic testing. But she said, I hope I never hear from you again. And that's Donna, because she didn't want to have another parent have to deal with the ravages and the thought of HPS. So here I am now, almost 10 years later. I have not told my daughter about the pulmonary fibrosis. Now, when Leanna was first diagnosed, we weren't even talking gene therapy. Now we are. But at the same time, here we are 10 years later. My daughter is 10 years closer to pulmonary fibrosis. And until we get that complete cure or that treatment, I sometimes think of my daughter as a ticking time bomb, in truth. And I also struggle with that guilt. So until we can get that complete cure, we just want to read possible, whatever that means to who you are. We need to live without the fear and have more hope that our story is getting out there, which hopefully with today's meeting brings us a little closer to. I want to thank my brave HPS family, to those transplant heroes who have given their testimony today, for giving those of us who are coming after the chance at a treatment and possibly a cure. I just want to thank you personally as a parent of a child with HPS to moving the needle closer to defeating this illness. Today, you guys are the superheroes of the story. So thank you again. Back to you, James, in the studio.
Thank you so much, Becky, for that wonderful summary. More than we could have ever asked, to try to capture so much of what was shared today. And thank you also for, of course, bringing your personal perspective as a mom of someone living with Hermansky-Pudlak syndrome. So with that, I want to, again, thank you all for your participation. And now introduce Donna Appel, of course, the Executive Director of the HPS Network, one last time to close us out of this important meeting.
Thank you. This has been an incredible day of hearing personal stories to help us all better understand HPS and its impact. Thank you to the FDA for giving us permission to hold this meeting, and to the FDA staff who tuned in today. Special thanks to Shannon Cole from the FDA's Patient-Focused Drug Development staff and Karen Jackler from the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, both who guided us through this process. Thank you to Dr. Wilson Bryan from the FDA for your perspectives on the importance of externally led patient-focused drug development meetings, and to our Dr. William Gall from the NIH for a very interesting clinical overview of HPS, and to Bernadette Gochico for her overview of clinical treatments. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team. They were amazing for all of the work and helping us with this meeting. And thank you to wonderful James Valentine and Larry Bauer, and to the HPS staff and leadership team, and especially to Michelle O'Connor, who worked so hard to help plan this meeting. Thank you to Hilda Cardona and Aleshka Ortiz Rojas from the HPS Network, who helped us with our speakers and hosted our participation event in Puerto Rico. And Carmen Camacho and Frankie Feliciano for their help with translators and translations. In addition, thank you to our translators here who provided live translation today. Thank you to our supporters and partner organizations, CZI and EveryLife. This meeting would not have happened without you. But a huge thanks goes to you, the people with HPS and their caregivers, who shared your experiences and to those of you who called in or wrote in to give us your insights. This meeting could not have achieved its goals if it wasn't for your bravery to share your lives with us. You're not only represented in your own stories, but you are the voices of those who are no longer with us. We'd like to take a moment to remember Julaney. We were eager to have her involved as a speaker, but she passed away while we were planning this as a result of pulmonary fibrosis of her HPS. Let us remember Julaney. We will be compiling all of the information from today's meeting into the Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the HPS Network website, along with a recording and transcript of the full meeting. The web link to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. The video of today's meetings will be available on demand on the website as soon as the meeting concludes. The report, along with a list of supporters and partner organizations, is publicly available to anyone once it's published and posted on our website, hpsnetwork.org. There will also be a link on the FDA website. Thank you to everyone. The impact of this meeting will be felt for years to come.
Hi.
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 Hi, guys.
Greetings to you all.
Hi, guys. Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi, guys.
Hola, desde Puerto Rico.
Hi.
Hi, guys. Hi. Hi, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Brooke. Hi, my name is Pierre. We have HPS. We have HPS.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you for listening, Pierre.
Thank you for listening to us.
Would like to take this time to say thank you.
Thank you, doctors.
Thank you.
Thank you. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to take a moment to say a very sincere thank you.
Thank you. Come on.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending your time with us today.
Thank you so much for helping us find a brighter future for our friends and family with HPS. Thank you.
Can you say thank you?
Thank you.
Can you blow kisses?